Maybe that thing still is a constant G of 4G, 2B, sir.
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
You didn't see any, did I miss the P-52?
Negative, he hasn't performed it as yet.
This is Apollo Control at 192 hours, 2 minutes. This will be the first time in Apollo that crews have flown lift vector up during re-entry. Normally, lift vector is down. However, we want to extend the range by 215 miles. So for a short period, about a minute and 24-25 seconds during the blackout period, spacecraft will be flown with lift vector up. The computer program for that is number 65, up control. Apollo 11 is now 25,301 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity has increased to 12,263 feet per second. Gentlemen, the room is getting just a tad noisy.
flight?
Flight network.
You getting any joy yet on VHF?
That's a negative. No VHF whatsoever as yet. We're,
Okay.
I guess, about 25,000.
Roger, it is 25K. Okay, thank you.
I got it.
Still got
He's begun his P-52 now.
Right, fine, thank you. Capcom.
Capcom recovering.
What's the Hornet's call sign?
Just Hornet.
Just Hornet?
Just Hornet. We'll do it.
Roger's got it right now, so all ball. All ball. Okay, that's sure is unromantic.
Well, I don't know what else you can call them.
Okay. Okay. They okay?
They'll answer the Hornet for this mission. They don't have any code name or anything.
Okay.
Unless you want to go to Hornet Recovery, which I don't think you want to do. Actually, we were using that for our NASA people on board.
No, Hornet's fine.
Okay.
Did you go ahead and talk to my staff? Right, did you go ahead and talk to that firm part? Okay. I got it. Go. Okay, he left T-52 and his reselected. He's gone to ResMed option. Looks like he's going to try it again. The whole thing again? I can't really tell yet, Flight. Oh, okay. Keep it posted. Flight Archer, sir. Go. Roger, we got a command handover from Guam to Carnarvon at 192 hours plus 20 minutes. Okay. Capcom, you copy that? Yeah, I missed it, sorry. It's going to be a handover from Guam to Carnarvon at 192.20. Okay, fine. Guidance flight, what do you see? Guidance flight. Go ahead, flight. What do you see him doing now? He's done the P-52 several times, but I don't think he really believes the line he's going back in. He had a lot of trouble with getting some stars that was within the trunnion limitations. Anything you need to do to get ready to help him in case he has... I'm trying to generate data now, flight. Okay. Press on. GNC flight. Go ahead, flight. What were the command module RCS temperatures? You have 2 sets of those, don't you? Or 3?
There are 6 of those temperatures, Mike.
I don't mean that. I mean, how many sets of readings do you have? 6 sets of readings? Or, I'm talking about, they took them here...
Oh, the whole flight, you mean, Cliff?
Yeah, but they didn't start taking them until after they did PEI.
Yeah, I've only got one recorded here that I know of. Lowest one was
He told me about that. I just wondered if you had 2 sets of readings so you could get 2 points to make a straight line. I guess somehow I thought that was the second set a while back. Maybe FAO could help me here. FAO plane. Right, got it. Go, guy.
Okay, he finally gave up on the P-52. What I think he was doing, he was trying to use a third star to do his star check, and he kept picking one that wasn't within the optics capability. He finally found one and has gone in and loaded that now.
Okay. Your guys in the back room? Roger. Okay. FAO, how many times prior to this have we read the RCS temps?
Oh, one flight. I'll check. I can only find one recorded flight.
The one yesterday. Okay.
be on SSR conference.
Flight, did you call negative? Whoever this is? You've got a flight.
Flight DNC.
Go.
I'm taking a minute break. He's attitude holding now, and he's just waiting to come up on time maneuver to step attitude, I guess. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, that's the attitude. Is that the attitude? No. What is that what's voted into distance? The attitude go to?
Those are S-band 20 L's right now. I don't know why he's got those.
S-band 20 now? Where are those sir? Got him. So, he's not cleared to maneuver to the entry attitude for another hour yet.
All right.
Not quite an hour, I don't believe it. Right after 2 hours.
Isn't it around 150 along the way now?
My flight plan has it around 193.30.
Okay, well, I checked a little bit earlier on it before then, I think. Right, a little bit earlier.
193.10.
No sweat. Okay. Hey, all flight controllers, come up amber on AFD conference, please. Retro GNC, come up amber, please, on AFD conference. GNC Dolphin console, make airplane. Okay, what I wanted to say was this. Cliff's words the other day about everybody, there's probably be a lot of people in here, and that's not bad if they sit down and be quiet, particularly if they sit down and get out of sight. Also, I'd like for you guys to take all these thousands of books and stuff like that you have scattered around and put them underneath your console or somewhere.
This is Apollo Control at 192 hours, 30
that
minutes.
little step that's behind the aisle.
Apollo 11 now 22,130 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 13,053 feet per second.
We want to keep
We're
going
2
here for the
hours,
next couple
32
of
minutes,
hours. Don't
32
get off the ship.
seconds away from entry interface.
And thank you, and go back to flight director, please. Retro, Ecom, Network, and AFD, would you all come back green, please? Ecom, you with me? I'm with you, Mike. Okay, pass on what I said on to the other guy. Okay. The GNC there. Okay.
Flight, this is Retro. Go ahead. Go ahead. MI-T took our state vector and rest map and target point and ran the data nav simulator up there. And they got a program 65 and a VL and DL within 1 foot per second in it. What we're putting out, and a delta T in program 65 of 59 seconds, so we're in good shape.
Okay.
The simulator out there.
Thank you. Retro Flight.
Go Flight.
Have you got that backup landing point yet?
I'm working on it, Flight.
Oh, okay. Give me a call when you get that.
Yes, sir.
Flight recovery. Econ flight. Still fine. Okay, you're standing by for early logic sequence check, aren't you? We're squared away and ready, flight. Okay. I'm going to be off the console for about a minute here. Capcom flight. Capcom. Okay, if he calls down wants an early logic sequence check, Econ's ready to go, so we can support that. Okay, fine.
This is Weather, your route.
Oh, Weather, go ahead.
Here's the 14Z Hornet observation.
Channel you got it on, Sandy.
I don't have it posted in here.
Okay, go ahead.
It's the 14Z observation, 1,500 scattered, high scattered, 10 miles visibility. Winds are 070 degrees, 16 knots. Waves are 3 to 6 feet.
3 to 6 feet.
And they estimate their total sky cover is 5/10.
Say again that last, Sandy.
The total sky cover is estimated to be 5/10.
Okay, 5/10, huh?
That's
Okay.
what they've been carrying for the last 2 observations.
Okay.
And this will be the last observation or relay period, as I understand it, unless there's a significant change.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 192 hours, 48 minutes. Apollo 11 is 19,914 nautical miles from the Earth, approaching at a velocity of 13,695 feet per second. We're 2 hours, 14 minutes, 16 seconds away from entry into the atmosphere. And a U.S. Air Force C-135 crew will attempt to photograph this re-entry of the command module. Aircraft designated ALOTS for Airborne Lightweight Optical Tracker System. Will attempt to record the entry on 70mm still film. Pilot of that aircraft is the Orion Squadron Commander. 3 of his Orion aircraft will be in the entry area to provide communications during re-entry of the command module. Crew of ALOTS includes the aircraft commander, Colonel Robert W. Hoffman of Wichita Falls, Texas, the pilot, who is the Orion Squadron Commander, Colonel Oakley W. Barron of Kankakee, Illinois, co-pilot Lieutenant Colonel Wallace L. Emery, San Angelo, Texas. Navigators are Lieutenant Colonel Irvin O. Stewart, Jr., Greensboro, North Carolina.
Network flight.
And Major Charles W. Hinton,
5,000 mile VHF check.
Mount Auburn, Illinois.
5,000 mile check.
What
The
have you got here?
photographic
20,000.
specialist, Master Sergeant
20,000?
Paul
We still don't have anything. We
Schweizkowski,
don't expect anything for another
whose hometown is not listed.
Okay.
Colonel Barron's nickname is the Red Baron. He's a veteran of more than 10,000 flying hours and has flown more than 80 different types of aircraft. Normally, the Mission Control Center here in Houston will not attempt to contact Apollo 11 after drogue chute deployment. We will stay off the air and let the recovery forces attempt to establish voice contact. If for some reason Capcom does want to communicate with the crew, he will request clearance from the recovery forces before putting in a call. This is Apollo Control at 192 hours 55 minutes. A few of the entry event times have changed from a second to 4 seconds. Others remain the same. Here's the updated times. Entry, 195 hours, 3 minutes, 7 seconds. Begin blackout, 195, 3:25. 05G, 1950336. End blackout 1950700. Drogue chute deployment 1951208. Main chute deployment 1951256. Landing 1951753. Maximum G-load expected during entry 6.20.
AFV flights, you got the tracking plan?
Yeah, we're getting copies made right now. Give you a copy in about 1 minute.
Okay, we ought to have that to the Capcom so you can read
Right.
it to the crew.
Sure. It's in the back room there. Get the copies.
Pertinent parts of it anyway. Okay, Ecom, you with us? Ecom flight? Go ahead, flight. Okay, just give a little radio check here for this alley thing we're going to do here in a minute. Yeah, we'll go here. Look at that flight.
This entry timeline is my kind of timeline, nice and slow.
11 Houston, Roger, it sure is. Ecom is anxiously awaiting his big moment here for the launching sequence check whenever you're ready.
Okay, we'll be ready for that in just a flash.
Roger. Apollo 11 Houston.
Go ahead, Ron.
This is Jim, Mike. Backup crew is still standing by, and just want to remind you that the most difficult part of your mission is going to be after recovery.
So we're looking forward to all parts of it.
Please don't sneeze.
Yeah, keep the mice healthy.
I thought maybe you would volunteer to let you go into the RRL point.
Earth is really getting bigger up here, and of course we see a crescent.
Bill?
We've been taking pictures, and we
Hey, Bill?
got 4 exposures to go,
Bill?
and we'll take those and then back the camera.
Capcom, what did you say you saw? Hey,
We saw a crescent there.
Fido flight.
And the Apollo 11 backup crew has joined Capcom Ron
We just got in
Evans
this business, but
at his console.
we're still
Jim
running
Lovell,
it. I wouldn't tell him
Bill
that yet.
Anders,
We
and
got
Fred
3 or 4
Hayes.
computers that are directly opposed. This crew's never asked for it, fortunately, and we got a whole
Also,
head check down
Don
there
K.
scrambling
Slate,
to figure out which
Director of
computer
Flight
they
Crew
believe.
Operations, is at
Okay.
that console.
Got the AFD flight.
Go.
Does this tell me that we'll have it after Blackhead from the Mercury?
Raj.
And then just before it goes,
No, wait a minute, stand by. We go from Redstone to Uriah, active on the voice, that's Uriah 3, then straight to Uriah 4 all the way to the deck.
Well, why is the Mercury stuck in the middle of all that?
Well, it's in there. It's
But
not
we're not going to use it?
No.
Houston Apollo 11, we're ready for the logic check whenever you are. We're standing by to arm the logic. We've got the ELS logic on, ELS auto, and all the circuit breakers in.
Apollo 11 Houston, Roger, you can press on with the Flex Logic.
Okay, logic 1 coming on, mark it. Logic 2 coming on, mark it.
Where's Bill here, Frank? Okay, go for Pyro arm at, the logic is okay, Captain.
Apollo 11 Houston, Logic check's good. Your go for Pyro arm.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I fouled you up there, Captain. We don't really need to do that right now. That's a project. Logic disarm flight, so. GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
Okay, is he maneuvering now to the entry attitude?
Negative flight.
What is this he's got in there now anyway? Just something?
That's right, Clyde.
Okay.
Houston, Apollo 11 has got VHF 86 lights on whenever you want to make a contact.
Apollo 11, Houston. Roger, you faded out a little bit there, Buzz. I understand you have the VHF Simplex A on now. Is that correct, over?
That's affirmative, VHF Simplex A, and we're TR and VHF.
Roger, mighty fine. We'll watch it as you're coming on in and let you know when the intelligibility's up, and we'll make a voice check with you at that time.
Ecom coming on that flight.
Houston, Apollo 11, I've been holding here in FCS control, minimum deadband rate low with the limit cycle on, just as a matter of curiosity if you guys wanted some fuel numbers from that.
11 Houston, Roger, we copy, and we've been figuring it out.
Okay. It's a pleasure to be able to waste gas.
That's a firm flight.
Yeah, Roger, that's affirmed.
Network flight.
Flight network.
I get the impression he just turned the switch on. You might check with your sights again.
Roger, we have informed the site that the switch is on.
It should have been on earlier, but apparently it wasn't.
So, two comments on antennas here. We might want to pass to the crew that VHF left is the preferred VHF antenna, and after he maneuvers to entry attitude is the Omni Charlie.
He knows that, though. Omni Charlie, that's his judgment.
This is Apollo Control at 193 hours, 10 minutes.
Time after maneuvers to his...
Apollo 11 now 17,158 nautical miles from Earth, velocity 14,633 feet per second.
He could be on either one of them.
Okay. And that'll still be Jeff after we get to the entry attitude?
At any time he'll feel free flight because we won't see him for a while yet.
11 with a little recovery force information, over. Go ahead. Roger, the Hornet is on station, just far enough off the target point to keep from getting hit. Recovery 1, are the choppers there, they're on station. And Hawaii Rescue 1 and 2, the C-130s are within 40 minutes of your target point. Over. Sounds good, thank you.
This is Apollo Control at 193 hours 20 minutes. Apollo 11, 15,854 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity 15,154 feet per second. We're 1 hour 43 minutes away from entry. And here are the altitudes at which the entry events are expected to occur. Entry at 75 statute miles. Beginning blackout at 62 statute miles. O5G 57 statute miles. End blackout 41 statute miles. Drogue chute deployment 23,300 feet, and main chute deployment 10,500 feet.
not maneuvering, is he? He's hanging in there? That's firm flight. He's holding attitude. Capcom flight.
Capcom, go.
You think of any reason why they didn't go to the entry attitude?
I think they're probably taking pictures of the moon and other stuff, you know, using up the film. I don't know, it's hard to tell.
Guidance flight. Go ahead, flight. Can they make this foresight and sextant star check without being in the entry attitude?
No, sir. That's for the entry attitude only.
Yeah, flight. You're about 30 minutes late.
Capcom flight.
Capcom,
How
go.
about ask them about that in some tactful manner, please?
Okay, why don't I give them a time act to entry interface?
Okay.
Okay.
Might take a little more than that, but see what you can do.
Okay.
Guidance flight. Go ahead, flight. If the foresight and sextant star check is satisfactory, they don't have to do that. That T-52 did it at 135.
No, sir, they don't have to.
But you'd like one to.
We'd like one to, but it's not, you know,
Okay.
absolutely necessary.
Apollo 11, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, just to get a little downlink here to check out our VHF. Show us about an hour and 37 minutes approximately from entry interface, over.
Okay, that's about right.
Okay, looks like we're together on that, and I guess we're standing by for you to whip into the entry attitude.
Okay, we've just been taking a couple last-minute pictures. We finished the EMS entry check, primary water evap activation.
Roger, mighty fine.
Ecom flight, you copy that? Good, flight. Did you copy that? Roger, flight. Looks like you're bringing up the secondary loop now. Okay. The primary doesn't come on even though it's activated, does it? That's fine. Okay. Retro flight.
Retro flight.
You copy that about the EMS entry check?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, apparently he's already done this check on 1-4.
Roger, thank you. The next one is a big one.
Okay. flight, GNC is maneuvering to the attitude now. Okay. Capcom flight.
Capcom, go.
Okay, sometime here shortly you might tell him that his left antenna is best for the VHF.
Okay.
Ecom flight, secondary loop coming up.
Roger, flight's looking good.
Okay. Okay, flight controllers, anything else for him before he gets secured in the coach, which he may be very close to already? Ecom, GNC, you guys happy with the configuration except for what he can reach from his coach?
Ecom, affirmative, flight.
GNC looks good, fine. Okay. Guess he can't be in the coach yet, of course. He's still got to do another P-52 and a star check. Capcom surgeon, do you have anything for him before he gets secured in the coaches?
Capcom, we're clear.
Flight surgeon, we have nothing. Okay, FAO?
That's fine.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, Mike. We recommend a left VHF antenna for VHF.
Thank you, then.
And this is your friendly backup CMP. Have a good trip, and may remember to come in BEF.
You better believe. Thank you kindly. I can see the moon flashing by the window, and it looks what I consider to be a correct size.
entry attitude. I think he was here doing his start check, and then he'll go back to approximately a pitch of 265. And they base their antenna angles, pointing angles and all that on a pitch of 265, and I believe that's why we've lost comm here.
Then there must be another antenna that's better than Charlie.
We recommend he goes back to where he was until he gets the entry attitude fine.
What antenna was he on, the high gain or on the...
Bravo.
Bravo.
Apollo 11, Houston. After we get the comm back here, I'd like to ask him about his command module RCS preheat, what his voltage reading is on that, please. Or just if he needs to do it, can be adequate. Okay. I'm not quite sure if he's in attitude yet or not. Well, we lost the data, so we don't know. But
he is in his entry attitude, which apparently Omni-C is not the best antenna for. I'm sure he's doing his Sexton star check. He'll probably go ahead and do his P52 in that same attitude.
yeah, okay.
Be my guess. And I don't know why we don't have any, why he doesn't go back to a good antenna, but that's no problem.
Okay.
They're probably busy stowing things and everything. They've lost voice. Network flight. Network flight.
Flight network?
And do we still have lock?
That's negative flight.
Your guys are still working on their normal relock procedures, aren't you?
That's affirmative, Flight.
Okay, I don't think you want to go off and try any secondary procedures, anything like that. I'm sure the crew will be back with us in a few minutes. Or vice versa. We'll be with them.
Flight network, we have data.
Thank you. We look good here now, Flight. Okay. Guidance flight, can you tell where we are?
Guidance flight, we're not in entry attitude.
Okay, can you tell us? Go ahead, Jim.
He's maneuvering back to mountain at 265 pitch.
Okay.
Apparently it did a start check, we didn't see that.
Okay, I wonder if we did the P-52 already. Capcom flight, this is the radio check here. Would you call him and ask him if he's done the P-52, please?
Okay. Apollo 11, Houston.
Go ahead, Ron.
Hi, Roger. Our faces are red here. We lost data with you there for a while. Did you do the P-52? Over.
That's affirmative. We've completed the P-52, and we'll give you the data from it in just a second. We passed our Sexton start check at entry attitude, and right now we're maneuvering to our first horizon check pitch attitude of 298 degrees.
Roger, copy, 11.
Econ flight, is Omni-C still good for this angle?
Or entry flight when you get there.
Econ flight, what antenna should he use for a pitch of 298?
Stand by. Charlie ought to be good for that one too, flight.
Okay, thank you.
Go, Capcom. Looking at a mile and a half from the other one, and that means a ship missed in my book.
Okay, here, we ought to be motoring on down. We've already done all this EMS stuff here. Final storage is probably done. It'd be, the only thing we'd like to know now, I guess, Capcom, is for the RCS preheat.
Okay, and you ought to be doing that here about now, I think.
If he needs it, he probably doesn't need it.
Capcom, Fido.
The last reading we had was 4.5 volts, I think, was the minimum number, but it could have gone down, I guess, but probably not. Network flight.
Flight network?
You got any VHF yet?
That's negative, flight.
Okay.
Capcom, contact. Capcom, Fido, meet me on my loop. Stand by, contact. Roger. Roger. Hey, Ron, we have a time for you, and I would not pass it unless the crew asks for it, okay? Okay. And all the world's free world experts agree the moon will set or go below the horizon to them at 195.0051. And if they do ask for it, I would put it in quotation marks. How's that? Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you, Dave. Thank you. But I'd be reluctant to pass it until we get our machines. That's been through about 5 computers, and they all agreed. But I sure don't understand why something that simple couldn't have been done earlier. Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Contact. Did we hear Bill Andrews up there a while ago?
Yeah, he's there.
Could I speak to him a moment? He's plugged in.
Go ahead, Contact.
Bill?
Yeah.
It's Chuck.
How you doing?
You going to be around on the base here next week?
Yeah, probably.
We've got some Apollo 8 pictures that we want some autographs from you on.
Why don't you put them in an envelope and have somebody lay them on my desk and tell them with your address and everything else on them so they make sure they get it back to you, and I'll get them sometime.
Will do. I'll get them over your secretary, Bill.
Sure thing, fine.
Thank you much.
Yeah. Retro, stand by. We got another one. Roger that. They're coming in hot and heavy. Flight GNC.
Go.
I assume he's checked the CMRCS injector temps and that no preheat is required at this time. Although
Well, we're going to ask
given
him actually.
Right.
Econ flight, do you see anything that indicates that the heater's on?
O2 heater's fine.
No, the RCS heaters.
Negative.
Okay, and he's sitting here now in his EI minus 30-minute horizon check, all set to go.
Capcom flight.
Roger, go.
Has come back to RCS preheat, please.
Welcome. Apollo 11 Houston, about 4 minutes to 1 hour, and I'll give you a mark at 1 hour. Was a command module preheat necessary? Over.
Negative that.
Roger, copy. Negative command module preheat.
GNC copy. Roger.
Okay, GNC, looks like you're next on the agenda here with your RCS term plan. So the pyro battery check here shortly, and then a RCS activation. Copy, flight.
And Flight Capcom, I understand we will give them a new state vector, is that right?
I believe so. That was what I understood from the pyro.
Roger, flight, that's right.
How long, Fido flight?
Go ahead, flight.
How long will it be before you have it at site?
Have which out?
The state vector.
I'll have to ask guidance, just a second.
Flight Dennis, it'll be about 5 minutes after Fido takes his last update. Fido flight, when will you take your last update?
194.08.
Okay.
Go. Looks like we have some stratification in H2 tank 2. Like for them to cycle the plans, please. H2 tank 2.
Cycle H2 tank number 2.
Affirmative.
Okay. Capcom flight.
Capcom, roger.
Okay, need to stir tank 2. Hydrogen tank 2.
Okay. Apollo 11 Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, we don't want to jettison the hydrogen tank that's stratified, so could you cycle the fans in tank 2, please? Hydrogen tank 2.
You better believe. That old service marshal's taking good care of us. We want to take good care of it.
It sure has, hasn't it?
It's been a champ.
Okay.
That was Mike Cobb.
Looking good, flight.
All right.
You can shut it off at normal time, flight. 1 minute.
Okay.
Capcom contact.
I'm as you Roger.
We're still in dual uplink. Do you want to stay that way on VHF?
Apollo 11 is 1 hour away.
Got up uplink to VHF and S-band. You requested it a while ago.
No, okay, it's not necessary until we do get some VHF comms.
Okay, I'll cut it off then.
Okay.
11 Houston, I'll give you a time hack at 58 minutes to go. It's about 15 seconds yet.
Thank you.
Stand by. Mark, 58 minutes.
Roger.
Network. Go. We just had our first report of VHF contact.
Okay, I assume it's not very
We're getting the report now.
yet. Oh, okay.
You're a minute and 18 seconds off from your estimate of 0.05 G prior to TEI. You guys are getting a little rough down there.
Yeah. That's because the inbound guys did us in.
Oh.
We were 4 minutes late doing LOI. I tried to make it up. Roger. Okay, Carnarvon reports a VHF downlink, readability 3. He says it's perfectly readable, level 3. Okay. Just the end thing. I'll get it in about 10 minutes and we'll probably give him a VHF check. Roger, we'll be monitoring you. Flight Network. Go. Yeah, they weren't really able to get an intelligibility reading on that, but they're going to listen closely on VHF the next transmission and see what they got. Okay. Flight trial. Go. We've taken our final update. The vectors are being generated, and so are the pads. We'll be with you shortly.
Okay.
Flag got it. Go. Our nav load's on site, ready for crew and accept.
Okay,
This is
Capcom
Apollo
flight.
Control at 194 hours, 10 minutes.
Just state vector.
Okay.
Apollo 11 is now 8,500.
Houston.
Go ahead, Houston, Apollo 11.
Roger, we have our updated state vector out there for you. Request PUA and accept, over.
Okay, you've got it.
Okay.
Okay, here it comes.
Spacecraft distance is 8,393 nautical miles, velocity 19,512 feet per second. Rescue and Orion aircraft are reported on station.
Flight network. Go. We have 100% readability on VHF.
Hornets helicopters containing the swimmers are reported airborne.
This contact. Okay, I'll make a voice check with him there if you want to go SIMO or
Swim
VHF.
1 is helicopter number 53.
You tell him to go up and make a voice check, and I inhibit
3 swimmers from that
downlink and go up
expected to
VHF only. Okay,
place
and you'll have to tell him to
collar on the
keep coming in
spacecraft.
VHF. As soon as you tell him, then
Collar.
I'll tell the site to inhibit the uplink, downlink S-band, and go uplink, downlink VHF.
Crew of
Okay,
Swim
wait till you
1
tell him.
consists of Lieutenant Commander Donald G. Pitchman, pilot.
Follow 11 Houston.
Flag got it. Go. Peter.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Roger, the computer is yours now. Looks like you're in VHF range here. So we'll try a VHF check for you. We'll just send the VHF up to you. Stand by.
Okay. Flight fighter, we've checked his vector. It's good.
Okay.
Give me a call when you got it inhibited. No, Capcom.
Okay, go ahead, Capcom. Flight network, we're ready for that.
Follow 11 Houston. VHF check on Simplex Alpha. Over.
Roger, Houston. Apollo 11, VHF Simplex Alpha, flight clear. From the air.
Roger, 11 Houston. You're loud. Standard VHF noise. So makes you realize that S-band is good.
Roger, understand. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put him back. Roger, thank you.
Okay, very fine. Capcom. Okay, you can
You have a
stand by
Capcom
now for
contact.
your,
You've got S-band both
power
ways.
alarm here.
Roger, thank you. Apollo 11 Houston, back up S-band now, and we're standing by for command module RCS activation.
Okay, we're just about there.
Swim 1's pilot, Commander Pitchman, is from Orlando, Florida. Co-pilot Lieutenant William W. Strong, Plymouth, Michigan. Crewman James R. Johnson, Raleigh, North Carolina. The swimmers aboard Swim 1 are Lieutenant J.G. John McLaughlin, Spokane, Washington. Petty Officer Second Class Terry A. Muhlenbach, Chatsworth, California. And Petty Officer Third Class Mitchell L. Buckley, Sanford, Florida.
Oh, okay.
These 3 swimmers are scheduled to attach the flotation collar. And and then move away from the command module while helicopter number 66, designated Recovery 1, moves into the area and deploys one swimmer, Lieutenant Clancy Heidelberg.
On 11 Houston, your go for Pyro 1.
Thank you, Houston.
Okay. Okay, PNC.
Lieutenant Clancy Heidelberg of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, will deploy from Recovery 1 wearing a biological isolation garment, and he will hand to the crew through the hatch their biological isolation garments.
PNC flight. Go ahead, flight. Okay, you standing by, no desert? Standing by.
At 194 hours, 16 minutes, Apollo 11 is 7,512 nautical miles from Earth, velocity 20,304 feet per second.
MRCS pressurization, flight looks good. Okay.
11 Houston, your command module pressurization looks mighty fine to us.
Looks good here, Russ.
And 11 Houston, I've got an update for about 4 items on your entry pad.
Ready to copy.
Roger, your max G. 063. Your noun 60, your gamma at 400K. 648. Your range to go on the EMS. 14033. And your retro time for V circular. 0214. Over.
Roger, copy, Max G, 6.3. R2 of down 60, 6.48. Range to go EMS, 14033. RATV circular, 0214, over.
Roger, read back is correct there.
Go. He did get his 506 there. Okay. Launch is still on though, right? That's a fine. Okay. MRCS pressure hold steady flight through. Okay, very nice. Thank you, TNC. Okay, and Retro, you're
The crew of
standing by, I guess, for
Helicopter
your
66
big EMS
Recovery 1,
initialization here.
Roger that.
Pilot Commander D.S.
Capcom
Jones
Flight
of
2 will give
Madison,
him a 35-minute time
Wisconsin,
back.
co-pilot Lieutenant J.G. Bruce A. Johnson of Bremerton, Washington,
I'll give him another 135 just for...
and 2 crewmen
Well,
who
if you think those two are sufficient,
will assist
maybe
the
you can give it at 40 or some other
astronauts
convenient time.
into the helo.
Maybe we'll
Chief
give
Petty
up on the
Officer
time.
Norval L.
Like
Wood
we
of
are
Harmon,
planning to
Illinois,
anyway.
and Chief Petty Officer Stanley C. Robnett of Portales, Mexico, New Mexico.
Probably GNC flight. Go ahead, flight. Probably all we're going to hear from this EMS initialization is if it doesn't work, let me know when you see the RCS check, please. Affirm.
At 194 hours, 22 minutes, distance is 6,509 nautical miles, velocity 21,366 feet per second.
Flight Capcom. Go. Yeah, look on channel 49 here, and my altimeter setting keeps bouncing all over the place here. This time I've got a 2983. Is it just because somebody finally gets on station there? You can see my plus 84 there on the Delta L, Delta H. I guess maybe that's a real one now.
It's liable to be. Let's find out. Weather, flight.
Flight, you call retro.
Negative, I'm calling weather. Weather, flight.
Houston, Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, Houston, go.
Stand by, please. Weather.
Roger, the first horizon check, 194, 2306 at a pitch angle of 298. Does not quite fall on the 31.7 line. It's just a little high. It's within 5-degree tolerance.
Flight, not 23. 194.33, Capcom.
Apollo 11, Houston, the horizon check there was supposed to be at 33, over.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Roger.
Thank you, Fido. Good evening. Weather, flight.
Go ahead, this weather.
We noticed that your altimeter setting is now 2983. Is that, or at least on channel 49 it is. Is that your latest weather?
That was the latest observed one, yes.
Altimeter? Okay. It's going to stay down there?
It could come up a millibar, but
How much is that in inches of mercury?
in inches of mercury, it could come up to 2986.
Yeah, okay. Would you like to say that? 2986? Is that what we should tell the crew, or shall we leave it 83?
Tell the crew 2986.
Okay, recovery flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Do you have the conversion, or does, I guess I should have asked whether to get it. Can you tell me what 2986 is in Delta H?
Roger, stand by. 257, flight.
Okay, Capcom flight, you copy that?
Affirmative.
Okay.
Kilo number 64 is designated swim 2. If that helicopter is closer than swim 1 to the landing point, swimmers will be deployed from swim 2 to attach the collar. Those swimmers are Lieutenant J.G. Wesley T. Chesser of Arlington, Virginia, Third Class Petty Officer Michael G. Mallory of Alderwood Manor, Washington, and Seaman John M. Wolfram of Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. The Helo's crew consists of pilot Lieutenant Richard J. Barrett of Squananoa, North Carolina.
He's doing his same RCS.
Co-pilot Lieutenant George R. Kahn, Imperial Beach, California.
Looking pretty good. He's checking ring 2 now.
Crewman Petty Officer Second Class Curtis E. Hill, Black Rock, Arkansas.
Ring 2
Petty
to
Officer
go.
Second Class Richard B. Seaton,
He'll go to
Hibbing,
ring 1
Minnesota.
now. Okay.
Apollo 11's distance now 5,411 nautical miles. Velocity 22,642 feet
Ring
per
1 looks
second.
good, flight.
Very fine. Ring 1, okay.
Apollo 11, Houston, command module RCS looks fine to us.
Same here, Ron. Looks very good. Doesn't make as much noise as we thought. Some of them are barely audible.
Roger. And 11 Houston, the weather's still holding real fine in the recovery area. Looks like it's about 1,500 scattered, high scattered, and still 3 to 6 foot waves.
The air part of it sounds good.
Roger. Houston, I'll give you another mark at 33 minutes. Stand by. Mark.
Roger that. Houston, Apollo 11. Do you have any recommended settings to catch the sunset over?
194, 36, 41 flight.
Roger. Well, the time is 36:41, and stand by for some settings.
Okay, I'll probably only be doing it maybe part of it at 6 frames a second, some of it at 1, so I can be changing settings as it goes through.
FAO,
Roger, copy.
camera settings?
Second flight. We passed them up earlier, yesterday.
Well, it needs them now.
And the horizon check passes, it's right on the money.
Hey, mighty fine. Sounds good.
You get those
F11, 1250 for the fireball flight.
F11, 1250 for the fireball. That's what you're talking about, isn't it, Captain?
Yeah, for shining at the sun. F11, 1.
For looking at the sun, or for looking at... Oh, we're talking about the fireball flight.
No, we're talking about the sun. You want sun setting? Better hurry. It's going to be there.
I thought it was 47. 37?
It's at 36, yeah.
Flighticom bats on.
Flights on the bats.
Flying.
Yes.
F11, F16, 1 over 250.
Okay, Capcom.
Apollo 11 Houston on the shooting at the sun, F-16 at 1 over 250.
Understand F-16 at 1 over 250.
Roger.
Okay, you come give us a call now when you can go through this checklist. Roger, thank you.
Going down on schedule. It's getting real dark in here.
Apollo 11 Houston, copy.
Distance 3,896 nautical miles, velocity 24,915 feet per second.
With Soviet and this arrow, which he has described as one. And we should be getting a picture back from the Hornet very continuing to get closer to the ocean.
Flight, this is Retro.
Go.
Okay, the backup constant G target with the 45-degree roll to the north is 14 degrees, 7 minutes north, 171.31 west. It's on channel 66, you can see it.
Okay, 14.7 north and 171.31 west.
That's it's on 66, you'll see all the different targets we got.
And we're about 10 minutes away from the scheduled separation time.
What coordinates of the zero left point?
Coordinates of the zero left point on the second footprint flight.
Fuel cell 2 off, right?
Okay, now, I don't know what you mean by the second footprint.
The coordinates for the zero left point is 179.51 flight.
179.
179.51. Go ahead, flight.
Righty, huh? Righty, huh?
Yeah, Llewellyn gave you a constant G point, and disregard our zero left point. Right. Right. Yeah, that's right.
Apollo 11's distance now is 3,000 nautical miles, velocity 26,685 feet per second.
Ecom flight down, is all that power down.
In the next 20 minutes, Apollo 11 will add almost 10,000 feet per second to that.
Landed low power?
Negative. The crew went to low.
Oh, okay.
guy.
Go.
Looks like he just bypassed the primary red.
Okay. And that's at the end of the step checklist there. Should be all finished with that.
Next month.
Okay, gentlemen, we have a number of people here. If everybody would kind of sit down, please, and we'll give them any help we can here for the next 20 minutes, any that they request, and we'll stand by here for the CNN entry.
Got it. Go. He's entered his entry program now.
Oh, very well, thank you. As soon as he arrives and says got it to you, it's almost in. I'll get you sent to his place.
He was right on top of that one at the -17.
Technical difficulties have interrupted the radio TV news pool feed from the carrier USS Hornet and also the news writers copy feed from that ship.
Maneuver to step at it, seems like. Very well, thank you.
Mighty gun.
Go.
Looks like the comment about the swim rate.
Very fine, thank you.
I got it. Go. Okay, everything in the CNC looks real well. Zoom, definitely go.
Okay, very fine.
Mighty gun.
Go.
We're standing by.
Guidance officer reports the command module computer looks good and the guidance and navigation system is good aboard the spacecraft.
Back and see what it can. Okay.
Apollo 11 Houston, we see you getting ready for SEP. Everything looks mighty fine down here.
Same here, Ron. Thank you.
about 3:15.
Negative pyro. Pyro's on.
Okay.
Separation.
Okay. Service margin set.
We're awaiting confirmation of separation.
Okay, you come. How many buses, bud?
We looked at flight 28 plus.
Very good.
We confirm separation now on the ground reading telemetry. We can confirm separation.
Flight Capcom, shall I give him a looking good?
Say again, Capcom.
Shall I give him a looking good?
Right, stand by one. Bus voltage holding up okay, come?
Roger, flight 28.2.
Okay, he's looking good here. Capcom is cleared for landing.
Roger.
Pyro safely.
Roger.
Apollo 11 Houston, you're still looking mighty fine here. You're cleared for landing.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Ron. Thanks. Right, gears down alarm.
Roger.
Flight Archer.
Go.
We'll be heading over from Arm to Redstone at 194 plus 55.
Okay. You copy that, Capcom?
Affirmative.
Ecom flight 2, command the S-man back to high.
That's affirmative. Oh, China.
He's configured for ring 1 entry flight, and he's going back to 0. Very fine, thank you.
Capcom contact.
Roger.
Roger, at 19455, we're handing over from Carnarvon to Redstone. I'll advise you just as soon as Redstone announces go for command. You don't have to answer.
Okay.
Altitude 1,288 nautical miles, velocity 31,232 feet per second.
Okay, GNC, how does it look there? Looks real good, flight. All right, real fine. Guidance flight, how does the computer look? Looks looking good, bud. All right.
Flight just a retro.
Go.
When he went to when he was at 61, his V gamma was very close, like 0.9 foot per second in velocity and 0.02 degrees in gamma. And his G was very close to what we were doing. And he's got the targets in good shape.
Very fine, thank you. Discovery flight, we're on final for the carrier. Roger. Flight, you don't have that bottom flat turning up after.
And Flight Director Milt Windler has just informed
You're talking about?
recovery.
Count down and count up.
Both were on final for the carrier.
You have the top clock counting up, okay. Yes, sir.
Houston, we got the service module going by. A little high and a little bit to the right.
Roger, thank you.
And it's rotating just like it should be. Thrusters are firing.
Good, it's got a lot of gas there to burn out too.
Coming across now from right to left.
Houston, roger.
You're on Redstone now, Capcom.
nautical miles high. Velocity 33,000 feet per second.
Flighty down.
Go. We're right down the middle, across forward. Okay, very fast.
Guidance reports Apollo 11 right down the middle of the corridor. 7 minutes away from entry.
Houston, Apollo 11, you're going to turn on the tape recording shortly?
Go, fine. You want him to turn it on, or are you going to turn it on? He turns it on. Okay, Captain.
11 Houston, you can go ahead and turn it on.
Okay, let's go to command reset to do that.
He doesn't have to do that. All he has to do is turn it on, apparently. That's fine.
11 Houston, that's negative. All you have to do is turn it on. That'll be fine.
Flight, this is Retro.
Go.
If you're looking at program 63R,
I guess I don't know how to turn it on then.
3, that thing should be 1582.8.
I got CCM analog, record, forward, high bit rate, and Barbara Pole.
He's still showing Barbara Pole. Ecom, can you send it on command? Roger, we'll do it here, fine. Okay.
11 Houston, we'll send the on command from down here. See if it works.
Okay.
Retro flight, say again.
Flight at 400 kp. R3 should read 15828.
Okay, thank you. And in between there and EI, that register 1 will build up. Is that right?
Did it get it started?
Negative, we haven't gotten it yet.
Velocity 34,630 feet per second.
And our friend the moon would be by the field of view right now.
Roger, copy.
Flighty down, we'd like to get him to check a breaker there.
We're not going to LAV.
That's affirmative. He won't have to go down here.
Where's the breaker?
We're passing it to Capcom here.
Okay, Capcom, that's on non-interference basis on that breaker.
Velocity coming up on 35,000 feet per second. Three minutes to entry. Apollo 11 in the proper attitude and
11 Houston, we'll have you for about 3 more minutes through Redstone and then pick you up after blackout through Orion.
Decom, I copy. You got tape going?
Negative, tape's not going.
Everything else okay?
Everything else okay.
CNC, you look good? We look good, Flynn. Okay. And Retro, you're happy with the computer, I guess?
Roger that, flight. We're in good shape.
Okay, very fine.
Apollo 11 lined up right down the middle of the entry corridor. Velocity is now 35,578 feet per second. We're a minute and 45 seconds from entry. Blackout will begin 18 seconds after entry.
Capcom, flight too fast in that breaker?
Negative, but he can't reach us down at 225, and he'd have to reach up with his hand and sit up in the seat.
Okay. Okay.
Houston, Apollo 11, I'm going to go to command reset and turn the tape on.
Negative, flight. What will that do to us?
Probably take a low bit rate.
Okay, let's don't do that.
11 Houston, recommend negative on that. That'll put us in low bit rate.
It'll also turn our S-band down, won't it?
Yes, that's right, buddy. Put it back to low.
Okay, I already put it to command reset, but I still have Barber Paul on the tape.
Okay, Tom.
We give up, buddy.
And my switch is high bit rate.
Okay, that'll be fine. And 225 there, if you can reach it, buzz. The last 2 circuit breakers in the second row from the bottom. Punch those in.
Decom, you want to go ahead and command the power amp back up?
We did that one.
Oh, that's fine.
36,000 feet per second.
And 11 Houston, don't mess around with that 225 there.
Okay.
Okay, Capcom, he's looking good to us going over the hill here.
And 11 Houston, you're going over the hill there shortly. You're looking mighty fine to us.
See you later.
We're at entry time. Blackout very shortly. Range to go to splash, 1,533 nautical miles. There's blackout.
Blackout there, Decon?
That's fine.
Right on schedule.
This blackout period should last for about 3 minutes 45 seconds. At blackout,
Network flight.
we were showing velocity 36,237 feet per second. Range to go to splash 1,510 nautical miles.
Roger that.
Recovery flight looked good to us going over the hill.
Roger, flight. We're standing by.
Elapsed time for end of blackout, 195 hours, 7 minutes even. Drogue chute deployment time is 195 hours, 12 minutes, 8 seconds.
Contact, Capcom.
Right, contact.
Is Araya going to be remote on?
He's already remoted and he'll announce go when he says go for two-way, you can have it.
Roger, thanks.
Of course, what you have and
And the control center will not attempt to communicate with Apollo 11 after drogue deploy time. We'll leave the
Roger, we'll try to get there.
airwaves clear for the recovery forces.
And we'll just have the Orion, I guess.
PAO network.
Flight, this is Retro.
Go.
At 400 kp, he was right on it. All his data looked real good.
Okay, and I copy blackout as being right on time. Is that what?
Roger, that's affirmative, flight.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go.
Yeah, Raya 3 reported a visual contact.
Okay.
Araya 3 reported a visual contact. We're at 3 minutes 20 seconds since entry. Blackout should end about 3 minutes 53 seconds after entry.
Flight recovery.
Go.
Orion 3.
Right, Capcom.
Okay.
We're about 11 minutes away from landing.
And he's the uprange Orion, I believe, isn't he?
That's Charlie.
By him. Looking
Araya 3 is the uprange Orion.
You got Orion there.
Blackout.
Apollo 11, Houston through Orion.
Hit him again.
Network, you're going to call us when you get Orion, presume?
Roger, flight.
Apollo 11, Houston through Orion.
The Hornet reports Airboss 1 has visual contact.
Capcom contact the Orion aircraft report you were up Lincoln all the way.
Roger. Apollo 11, Houston through Orion, standing by. Over.
Comtech AFD, does Orion have two-way lock? Or not two-way lock, but do they have it?
Go ahead. AFD contact.
Yeah, does Orion have a lock on it?
They affirmed two-way lock, and they affirmed that Capcom was up Lincoln.
Okay.
Flight recovery, Airboss, is that a visual contact?
Roger.
Apollo 11, Houston, in the blind, Airboss has a visual contact.
Say again, flight.
I'm standing by for the Airboss, for the rescue contact there, S-band.
You betcha, so are we.
The Hornet now reports a visual contact. Visual contact from the recovery ship.
Flight, is Orion still locked on?
Hornet reports momentary visual contact has now disappeared behind clouds.
Oh, okay.
We're 7 minutes 44 seconds from entry. Drogue chute deployment scheduled for an elapsed time from entry of 9 minutes 1 second.
Aircraft?
That was Hawaii Rescue 2.
Oh, okay.
Flight Orion just reported AOS.
Okay, com again, Capcom, and see if you can get the disc reading this time.
Apollo 11, Houston, standing by for your disc reading. Over.
Flight recovery, Hornet.
Hawaii Rescue 2 reports an S-band contact with the spacecraft.
Houston, stand by for your missed distance. Over.
Flight recovery, that Hornet radar was at a range of 120 miles, and that was about a minute ago.
120, okay.
Try now, right portion with Capcom.
Apollo 11, Houston, standing by for your disc reading. Over.
Okay, Capcom, one last call here, and we'll have to give up. And let the recovery people have it.
He answered go.
Capcom flight.
Apollo 11, Houston, your disc reading, please. Over.
You ought to be on the drogue now, please.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Captain, let the DM people have a hack at it.
Apollo 11 reports right on. We take that to mean that the drogues deployed on time.
169.50.
Flight, did you read that readout?
169.15, and that's a decimal number, I believe, isn't it, Redstone?
That's affirmative, Flight. He had 1330 out, 1330 north, and 169.15 west.
Okay, that's right in there, a couple of
Apollo
hundred.
11 should be on main chutes now.
Roger that, Flight.
Hornet reports sonic boom a short time ago.
Recovery flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
It is daylight out there, isn't it?
Right now, we got sun up. Yeah, they got light. They have light. You got a live picture on TV.
Okay.
It's supposed to be 10 minutes before sunrise. Flight to Capcom.
We're just under 4 minutes to landing. We will continue to monitor for any conversation between the spacecraft and recovery forces, but we will not initiate a call from now on to the spacecraft from the control center.
Houston PAO, Hornet PAO. Relay 1 has a visual of 3 parachutes. Relay 1 has a visual of 4 parachutes.
16915. 11 Hornet, copy. 13301675. Any further data, over. 330 16915.
This is Hornet PAO. We now have voice contact with the Hornet and the Apollo 11 crew. They're reporting position. We have contact with the Apollo 11 crew.
11, this is Hornet. What's your era of splashdown and condition of crew? Over. Hey, condition of crew, 3,500 feet on the way down. 11 and Hornet, copy. 11 Hornet, what's your splashdown era? Over. Splashdown era. Latitude, altitude, 1330, 16915. That's Hornet, right around.
Houston PAO, Hornet PAO, Apollo 11 reports the estimate is just about right on target point. Just about right on target point as reported by Apollo 11 crew.
You've seen it all. Is that the last? That's it, baby. Thank you there, Sada. We got good days. You can go out with that. That's the last you're going to get.
Is 2,500 feet on the main parachute. That's 2,500 feet on the main parachutes reported by Apollo 11.
One has contact for 150 homing.
The Hornet is
like this. 190 homing. Hornet, roger up.
1 mile, about 1 mile south of starting about 1 mile. 1 mile.
This is Hornet PAO, aircraft.
Hornet, roger, copy up. Hornet, roger.
Dead ahead of us, about a mile and a half dead ahead of us. Flash gun is reported. report. Command module stable to position.
It came in with the small end down.
Roger, attack 235, base 13, 235, base 13.
With those big balloons that you saw in some of the rehearsal film that are inflated.
Parachutes appear to be detached from the command module. Parachutes are reported to appear to be detached from the command module. Swim 1 still reports the spacecraft in stable 2 position and the parachutes detached.
It normally takes 8 to 10 minutes for the flotation bags to right the spacecraft.
Oh, yeah.
And it's slowly getting a little lighter in the area.
Swim 1 is getting ready to deploy swimmers.
And the swimmers from this helicopter will go down and attach a flotation collar to the craft. There's President Nixon watching.
Morning, copy.
This is not the first time it's come in upside down. We had it on one of the previous flights. It's not a terribly pleasant sensation for the crew, but they're accustomed to it. They practice this too. And it's crowded quarters there. It's the first time, Frank, in several days they have been able to tell which is up and which is down. It may be rather pleasant to know that again. And now that they're back on Earth, it's down.
Airbox 1, this is Hornet Bridge. Request commentary is available. Trailing wind is 06015 knots.
Approximately 1,500 yards on a bearing of 240 from the command module. And Hornet to 0, will you copy in the commentary? Hornet combat affirmative.
This is 401, the street is within 10 feet, the is 20 feet and rotation bridge is visible at this time. The wind seems to go to forward. The module critical from the other 7 on the vertical axis.
Well, the ship is now set to 11.5 miles from the port of
Leading up.
will be brought aboard.
Ball Hornet, I didn't copy photo 1 full report. Understand 2 flotation bags deployed and it's stable 1 now. Is that correct? Over. It is upright, but it is 2. Understand, still stable 2.
That garbled communication is...
Apollo 11 reported still in stable 2, but gradually righting itself.
Airbus combat, I'm not copying photo 1. Will you relay over? This is Airbus Watch. Photo 1, I see, it says that it is still stable 2. The bags are inflating. It is not absolutely inverted now. It's 70 degrees to the vertical axis. Still stable 2. This is photo 1. The launcher is now 90 degrees vertical axis. This is photo 1. Michael is stable 1.
Right side up now.
Apollo 11, stable 1 now, stable 1.
Getting communications from 2 or 3 sources now. Swim 1, a helicopter, and Airbus around another. Various sightings on the...
Airbus 1, this is Winnipeg. City wind is stable 1, over.
Swimmers to deploy in about 1 minute.
The president's been handling it. Apparently they think they'll be able to see it from their position soon.
This is Hornet. Did swim 2 drop his first swimmer? That's probably the Airbus. First swimmer is in the water. Swimmer is in the water. He is connecting the... I'm copying swim 1 now. Sea anchor deployed.
The sea anchor has been deployed by the swimmer.
Copy 1, Apollo 11. This is photo 1. The first swimmer has given a thumbs up. Step 2 is steady. For two swimmers and the flotation color. Pilot 11 Airbus, condition of the crew.
you thought that was Frank Bowman you saw there with the President, astronaut Frank Bowman? It was.
3 swimmers in the water from swim 2 helo.
You're never sure that you could make out all of these communications. They are so garbled sometimes and so broken up. So you repeat them, you'll forget it. But they do have swimmers in the water. They're in the process of attaching the flotation.
Apollo 11, this is Air Force. You copy on the narration for the sequence of recovery operations. This is 401, the Apache. Just before that last call, we're just picking up your comm now.
Being attacked, crew has reported they are in excellent airbus. The crew has reported they are in excellent
Flotation tower halfway around the command.
The carrier is moving along at a pretty good
The
clip.
crew has reported to Airbus that they're in excellent condition.
This is Hornet PAO. The collar is about halfway around the spacecraft at this time. About halfway around the spacecraft at this time.
Flotation collar is about halfway around the spacecraft now.
Command 1. Quite well. Vertical axis. The downwind 10 degrees. Rollers are attached to the engine car. 4 to 1, the uprighting bags, 2 are fully inflated, 1 is partially inflated. Air Boss, are you copy? Affirmative, Roger. Station collar has been attached.
The flotation
Flotation.
This is Hornet PAO. Flotation collar has been attached.
The flo- the flotation collar is attached now. And the collar is inflated.
That should give them a little more stability.
Roger. Montes commencing with the raft. This is 4 to 1, the swimmers have, for the raft, commenced his approach.
Now these swimmers...
Airbus reporting the spacecraft riding very smoothly.
That is the President's helicopter you see on your screen right now.
Squad, this is Hornet Bridge. Request attack hand on top, over. This is 4 to 1, the raft is in the water. 241 degree radio, 9 miles. Stop well. The raft is inflated.
The work of this swim team is about completed. They will inflate a raft for themselves in the area.
Command module.
As the camera moves quicker and the light improves, we can see the spacecraft in the water. We have not seen it. Now it's about 9 miles.
The second raft is water. number 2 is being tethered, 100. Recovery 1 has moved in position, standing by to lower big swimmer. Roger.
Recovery 1 getting ready to deploy the swimmer with the biological isolation garments. The other swimmers will...
4-1, the weather in the area. Approximately 2,000 feet. Appears to be... one swimmer is raft number 1. One swimmer in raft number 2. Deploying the sea anchor. Morning, copy. Swante is in position. Recovery is commencing as approach to drop. Over. Copy.
The carrier is moving around at a rather good clip toward the impact point. The last word we had was that
Big swimmer is in the water.
and
Pump it up.
the swimmers are carrying on their activities. Have the float
Roger. Big swimmer is in raft number 2.
and very soon now the frogman
Recovery 1 is in position, standing by to lower bag of pigs.
correspondence on board the deck of the Hornet.
All this describes
Roger.
Lieutenant Heidelberg discovered this week that he could pick up a little time in that scrubbing process, that perhaps he was laying it on too quickly, and the NASA officials thought so too. So did Dr. Carpenter.
The swimmer with the biological isolation garments is in the raft next to the spacecraft.
They're standing by now on the helicopter below that bag with biological isolation garments in it.
That's Lieutenant Clancy Heidelberg of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. He's also wearing a biological isolation garment.
41 is in position, lowering the bag of pigs at this time.
Basically straight-faced. Called the package of biological isolation garments the bag of pigs. Which, of course, it is wrong. It just sounds funny, doesn't actually.
And the helo is lowering the astronauts' bigs, or biological isolation garments, to Lieutenant Heidelberg.
And by that time, you'll really be a big swimmer.
Yes, these are one-piece garments. They're gray. They're made out of.
The bag of pigs is...
It's got the hood, the body, the orange rubber glove, booties, a plastic face mask, and an air filter, all built into one piece. It's closed by a single zipper up front. It's got an American flag.
You know, when President Nixon was down here on the hangar deck a few minutes ago, stacking the MQS, a man appeared...
And the report is that the bag of pigs is in raft number 2.
Exactly as you described.
The swimmers are unloading the net at this time.
Carefully. So he has a pretty good idea of exactly what the astronauts will look like when they're brought on board the carrier.
We have an estimate now that the ship, the Hornet, will take about 20 more minutes to get to the location of the spacecraft. Although you can see through the long lens of the TV camera that...
This is where we're the bag of pigs and decontaminants are in raft number 2.
7 3/4 miles away from the
Module is very stable, very stable. Stability above the vertical axis within...
By the other frogmen.
Roger.
The decontaminants in the tanks to number 1 raft.
The speed of the carrier has increased slightly. It's now 21 knots, up to 20 knots, which it was a few minutes ago.
Airborne Hornet, what's the present condition of the astronaut?
Down 10 or 11 miles away.
Hornet is airborne. Property determine the present condition of the astronaut. Our condition is all 3 excellent. We're just fine. Take your time. All right.
That was Mike Collins reporting the crew was excellent.
Big Swimmer is trying to Don.
That's right, especially the first mast, which
One swimmer at ramp number 1 on full swimmer.
worn by the F.
PAO, this is Retro Mocha Dynamics.
I copied Big Swimmer preparing to don big suit. One swimmer in ramp 1 with full scuba. One of the other swimmers in.
This is 4 to 1. The other 2 swimmers are first 2 is 15. Over.
PAO, this is Retro. PAO, this is Retro Mocha Dynamics. Okay, does it have AFD? What does he have? Does he have recovery? He must have recovery with those kind of reports they're putting out.
Lieutenant Heidelberg putting on his biological isolation garment.
The visibility is greater than 15 miles.
No, but I tell you what, you can tell him to get that junk off the air. That we have missed the IP by 10 miles. What he should be saying is the ship does not know where it is within 10 miles. And he ought to let that go out of here like that.
Okay.
We're more than convinced. It's
Okay, stand by.
500 feet of where we said it was.
Photo 1 is there, boss. The rest of the sea stage at the surface point.
This is 4 to 1. The winds are from 065, 060, 20 knots.
Retro procedures, Mocha Dine.
Go ahead.
Release
Would you tell him to suppress all that data coming and recovering all those aircraft? It's become a nuisance. It's incredible.
4 to 1. The Big Swimmer is making adjustments to his garment. He has his garment on his legs and shoulders. He's trying to zip it up this time.
Precautions against any possible
Roger.
Seems lavish, but there is a great controversy, as you know, in the scientific community about this question. And on the one side, you get people who think it's all silly and a waste of time. And on the other side, I'm sorry, I stopped to read a note. On the other side, you have people who think that it's really just a fake and for show, and that it's not really a tight quarantine. For instance, one
The ship reports it is now 7 miles from the spacecraft.
For 18 months instead of 21 days, because he says some Earth diseases take 18 months to show up.
And of course, there are some punkish characters on the Hornet who have suggested that the entire crew should be quarantined.
That's right. There was a bit of a last-minute flap when the
This is 4 to 1. The Big Swimmer is
wind when they opened the vents.
helmet at this time.
It's going to get contaminated. And apparently, they hadn't really thought ahead to this problem, but they
This is 4 to 1. Reported earlier, there was no time marker.
One of the points that's being made is that we're talking about contamination in Earth chunks. According to one segment of the scientific community, there's a possibility, at least, that there's a type of contamination that could not be contained or detected by earthly means.
Well, another fear, too, along that line, Dallas, is that a organism which might be in the rather hostile atmosphere of the moon, perhaps living below the surface if there's any water vapor there, if brought back to the Earth where it's warm and there's oxygen, might flourish.
helicopters are in sight. Lieutenant Clancy Heidelberg, the big swimmer, is going through the preliminary procedures preparatory to removing the astronaut from the spacecraft. Already they have sent word that they're in flight condition.
This is 401, RAF number 2 is within 10 feet of the command module at this time.
Leeway in the schedule, always.
This is 401, big swimmer is trying to transfer from RAF number 2 to 401. He's transferred the...
Unofficial splash time 195 hours, 18 minutes, 21 seconds.
Big swimmer is in 401 at this time.
Got that, you know, what was the target point.
Yeah.
And take that and put it into DC on their own position. You know,
Command
update themselves.
module.
Okay.
With a center station solution.
We'll bring them down and we'll K-gam them a couple times.
It's too bad that we can't track that carrier. Or we'd have them, wouldn't we? Some way. The day we get one of them crazy satellites, baby, and track that carrier, we'll really put it on them.
Yeah, they won't even need a crane to hoist it out of the water.
That's right.
What we ought to do is take the rendezvous radar that's on the spacecraft and track the carrier.
What we were going to do is suggest, that's affirmative. What we were going to do is suggest doing a P-20.
When is the
P-20 a sighting on the ship?
No, what they do is get determine its own position, so start taking star marks,
Oh, yeah.
and then we could use that to update too, if they wouldn't believe that data. They'd have 2 points then.
Hornet reports the other swimmers are now upwind of the command module,
Find out where we land.
leaving Lieutenant
It's well
Heidelberg
stated out, if we get some
in
kind of
his
spacecraft,
big
or some kind of
and
stable
with
platform,
the
we can track it,
decontaminant that will be
Well, we can just skin
placed
track it.
around the hatch and on
the big swimmer is securing...
Hey, can't you see our RTC system? Chuck was telling me, what we're going to do is write the requirement that 45 minutes from EI, we're going to give the spacecraft and a carrier an update.
What are you going to do with the
Well, if they arrive, yes, we haven't got a problem.
Lieutenant Heidelberg is now transferring the bigs to the crew.
Hey, what I'm going to do the next time, I'm going to go to recovery, and then after the next time you guys get a position, what we're going to do from now on is take the spacecraft, tracking, these all those things.
Hornet now estimates they are 4 3/4 miles away from the spacecraft.
Then we'll get guidance to generate him a load and update he's on board, right?
We're going to give him an RL at best.
The bigs are in the command module and the hatch has been closed again.
It looks like somebody's getting a bad signal. I guess Apollo 11 says we give up, we're going to give the bat signal.
Swim team leader, read you the same, over.
Yeah, we're waiting for it. It's messing it all up.
Lieutenant Heidelberg is called the big swimmer.
This is 401, the big swimmer is rinsing,
Go ahead, Retro.
Yeah, PAO, that was the Apollo 11 crew had given up. They had got time looking for me and just giving them a Batman signal.
Okay.
The big swimmer is now spraying the hatch area and the top deck and around the hatch on the command module with a decontaminant.
Apollo 11, this is Hornet, we're 4 miles out
making our approach.
Even with their broken tails.
Thank you.
And have good divorce communication goes after blackout. I think
Go ahead,
they have made along with the Navy and other meteorologists.
Okay.
Hornet advises the crew they're 4 miles away.
Retro recovery.
This is 4-1, the big swimmer has left the flotation collar and is now in raft number 1. Point ready.
This is Retro. Crewman gave him the Harmon Air Trophy for his work in developing a sonar device. He was then in lighter-than-aircraft service with the Navy.
This is 4-1, the big swimmer is still in raft number 1.
Submarines under the surface. This is a Forerunner.
Apollo 1 Hornet, understand, big swimmer has completed his decontamination of the command module. Is that correct? This is 4-1, that's decontamination and anyone 4-1. Back on the flotation collar. Roger.
Goes through the decontamination process, and the astronauts put on their isolation suits. One of the people who are worried about the possibility of contamination of the Earth.
Photo 1, Hornet pass from Pacific Chief. You are cutting out. You may be releasing your key too early on transmissions. Over. This is Photo 1, Roger.
For instance, but when introduced to an Indian tribe which has never known me.
Hornet reports it was 13 miles from the aim point at Splash. The carrier was 13 miles from the aim point at Splash.
Armstrong and Aldrin were on the moon. Aldrin reported back that the soil of the moon under his foot appeared almost moist. And if that is true, if it actually was moist,
Photo 1, earlier, reported 6 per
Captain Cyberlick won his Harmon Trophy.
and then he has made preparations to commence
of Helicopter Squadron 4 that's doing all the picking up today.
Roger.
Sikorsky Sea King, the Delta model, latest in naval aviation. They're ASW, anti-submarine warfare, and they can attack with either conventional or nuclear weapons. Day-night aircraft.
This is Photo 1, a big swimmer.
This outfit has won a lot of prizes. They not only fish astronauts out of the water. In 1966, they retrieved 21 of 4 downed airmen from the Gulf of Tonkin.
You know, Keith, it's one of Commander Jones's proudest boasts that his squadron has flown almost 25,000 hours without an accident. He believes that's a record that is unequaled anywhere in the airborne Navy.
They're really good. As he said,
The big swimmer is reported communicating with the astronauts by visual hand signals through the hatch window.
and still find all that quality.
In fact, Commander Jones is the perfect example of a happy man with a perfect command. He has been quite frank about it. He says he couldn't imagine a better assignment than commanding officer of Helicopter Squadron 4, and he was outspokenly reluctant about the fact that very soon now the squadron will go back on board the Bennington for its annual qualification tests, and after that, in September, Commander Jones will be detached from command of Helicopter Squadron 4 and will be assigned aboard the helicopter landing platform AAA.
The astronauts have been in the water now about 37 minutes. In the rehearsals and in the timetable for this morning's real thing, an hour and 20 minutes was allotted for from the time of splashdown until the astronauts enter the MQF. Although in a rehearsal, in the final dress rehearsal, they made it in an hour and 3 minutes. The ship is 2.25 miles from the spacecraft now, and the spacecraft pretty clear now in the picture. The big swimmer, Lieutenant Heidelberg, is using hand signals to communicate with the astronauts inside their spacecraft. Board with him, which he can flash messages.
Actually, Ron, not much communication is needed between the astronauts.
One of the astronauts has come through the hatch.
On the scene. And the first astronaut is coming out.
That would be Buzz Aldrin, wouldn't it, Mel?
I believe so, yeah. Hard to tell right now because they all look pretty much alike in their BIG, their biological isolation garments. But if you'll be able to tell which is which because
First astronaut is now emerging.
Rubberized pockets underneath to catch cold water. They all slip over in the downwash of the helicopter as they last did on Apollo 9.
Rocket floating down. Three Americans and 80 pounds of the moon.
Very soon now,
in that little metal tank.
Helicopter number 2 come down slowly over the net will be lowered by means of helicopter, and the astronauts will be brought up one after the other by means of that net.
Well, we have to go through that great public scrubbing process first, Dallas. You know, if we're close enough.
Astronaut number 2 coming out the hatch now.
And now a second astronaut is coming out of the hatch.
I'm not sure any movie queen has ever taken a bath by more people.
And he's now in raft number 1. That's the one alongside the flotation tower and command module.
Over on the right side, you can
And the third crewman is out of the spacecraft now.
100 feet away from the spacecraft, so they don't expose themselves closely to any germs the astronauts may have.
They're upwind.
Hatch is closed and secured.
All 3 astronauts are now out, and the hatch on the command module of Apollo 11 has been closed. It will now be that scrubbing process that Ron Messi described, and they'll be hauled out into the recovery helicopter.
Well, first of all, Heidelberg will scrub down the spacecraft itself with the betadine iodine solution around the valve. Let the air out, and also around the hatch from which the astronauts in order to be effective, the second has to be scrubbed in, so Heidelberg will put on a glove or mitt.
The President is out on the flag deck watching the process through binoculars.
Hornet now reports that the swimmer is having some difficulty securing the hatch, and one of the astronauts is helping him.
Heidelberg is having some sort of difficulty. It's not difficulty closing the hatch, and the astronauts are helping him close the hatch. The hatch weighs 250 pounds, and it's supposed to have a mechanism to make it close. Apparently, there was some trouble closing the hatch. They wanted to close a minimum time and get it closed quickly, so if there are any germs in there.
With all that close contact between Heidelberg and the astronauts, he was really even half serious about his wife's reservations about it. She's going to be a rather anxious girl right now.
One of the reasons for having the second quarantine is in case he or somebody else accidentally
This is a threat that everybody is taking seriously. Nobody wants to be quarantined for 21 days, especially in an empty
Hatch is now reported secure.
We now have word the hatch is is secured after that little bit of difficulty that Heidelberg had with it. After the astronauts come back on board, the swimmers still face a period of time in the water. They will remain with the spacecraft. They'll stay with it to make sure that all is well with the command module.
Hornet now 1 1/4 miles from the spacecraft.
Which in itself is a very delicate maneuver. It has to be supervised very carefully by the captain on the bridge. The procedure is for the carrier to come up alongside on the port side, that is, with the carrier, the command module floating down along the side of the carrier to alongside the number 3 outboard. The president is still out there on the flight deck, overlooking the flight deck, 2 levels above it, watching the in the flag bridge, which is just inside that door from the deck, watching from the flag bridge.
He should be seeing
And Lieutenant Heidelberg spraying decontaminant around the hatch.
the betadine disinfectant, the yellowish brown stuff. This is in a fire extinguisher tank, and he has a mitt on, something like you'd wash your car with, to rub it into the surface of the spacecraft. This particular kind of disinfectant requires that kind of scrubbing in order to be effective.
We had a feeling all the recent recovery perhaps he was giving us just a lick of a promise, but there's no doubt that he's serious about it. Is always a rather period of waiting. Now, especially because of the extra procedures that have to be taken against possible contamination. As many sailors as possible are up on the deck and the higher decks of the superstructure of the carrier. But many of them are still down here on the hangar deck, waiting for the...
And the swimmer now scrubbing down the command module with the decontaminant.
President Nixon will then come down from the 05 level up in the high level of the carrier, the superstructure, to stand alongside the MQF at that open window in the rear door, and the president expressing the and undoubtedly this historic moment in the command module as the president sees it.
The president was rather vigorously there. He's obviously excited about this whole moon landing. You're talking, I don't know what that movement was he made. But he's obviously very excited, and the reporters who came aboard last night with the president's party reported that he is in better spirits than they have ever seen him since his
The swimmer has now started scrubbing the astronauts' biological isolations garments with the decontaminant.
Completed, and Lieutenant Heidelberg is now in draft number 2. Very shortly now is recovery number
Hornet estimates distance 3/4 of a mile now.
and drop the net so that one after the other they can climb up and they can be hauled up inside.
The astronauts come out and get in the boats, as we saw in the simulation film, get into the rafts with strange little rubber objects under their arms, and someone remarked during one of the while they looked like rubber wings. Happy Dale Country Club pool.
But don't think for a minute that the Navy calls them water wings, Chief.
No, it is.
The Navy has an abbreviation for everything, and the abbreviation for this one is LPU, Life Preserver Unit.
Heidelberg is scrubbing the shoulders and arms of the first astronaut now with the disinfectant. During they showed a film at one point of this scrubbing disinfecting process, and very close-ups of these 4 guys in the raft scrubbing each other, and somebody in the audience yelled out, "Rub-a-dub-dub, 4 men in a tub."
was to 3 astronauts in a kind of a household cleaner.
And the first astronaut has been scrubbed down, and the swimmer has started decontamination processes on the big of the second astronaut.
It can't be an easy task. But the last word we got, and this is kind of funny because we got all these helicopters in the air with all this communication and everything, and the last word was that the big swimmer has now completed scrubbing down astronaut number 1. He has to scrub all 3 of them, and then one of them has to return the favor. They're now, I would say, about a half mile away. So the president should be getting a pretty good view through his binoculars. Now you can see on the spacecraft there's 3 balloons that had to inflate and turn it right side up.
Scrub down on the second astronaut completed.
They just completed scrubbing down the second astronaut. Before they went to the moon, all the stuff they had to try to keep it from contaminating them, so that they would not contaminate the moon. And now that they've been there and are back, and there's some remote possibility that they might be bringing something of a contaminated nature back with them, the idea is to protect the Earthlings from them. One of the helicopters is providing a running commentary, says he's scrubbing him on the head, on the back, on the arms, and down the shoulders. Maybe we can hear part of it.
For it to be moved directly down to the hangar deck by the number 2.
Everyone, Hornet, you cut out big. Hornet, this is Air Boss. He says, stand by for a call from the recovery surgeon. Roger.
Communications between...
This is 401, the third astronaut. This is Dr. First and second, through scrubbing the big plumber. Roger.
And they carry a Hornet.
And the third astronaut has been scrubbed down, and now the astronauts are scrubbing down the swimmer.
Recovery 1 after ready for taking the standing by for the completion of the decontamination procedure. Right here.
Actually in a raft, a big orange-colored raft.
Chief, that's prevents the flight deck from being flooded up by flying cats and other debris. You can tell him that.
I wanted to come in the backside of the big swimmer.
Cause a serious accident, and on several occasions has done just that. Well, down here on the hangar deck, as I was saying a moment ago, we're waiting for the arrival of the astronauts. The Marines are standing by, the men of the Marine Corps detachment on board the Hornet. A short flight of wood steps is standing by. On the starboard side of recovery number 66, the helicopter will bring the astronauts back on board. Into the
examination of the big swimmer is complete.
already
The big swimmer is now examining ramp number 1.
Roger.
that one end of the tunnel already is in place, fixed to the
The big swimmer has given a signal to the swim team upwind to prepare to close the command module.
brought on board. And that particular operation will soon get underway as soon as the astronauts are on board.
Alice?
Yes,
The decontamination of Lieutenant Heidelberg himself is... So what's left to do is to simply scrub and disinfect the raft itself. And as soon as that's over, helicopter number...
Photo 1 Hornet requests you reconfirm that they are decontaminating raft number 1.
After they're lifted...
Photo 1, that is affirmative. Decontaminating raft number 1.
Taking
This is Hornet, roger.
everything else that's being close to the astronauts out there in the water and sinking them. And the water here is 1,800 feet deep. 18,000.
Photo 1, raft number 2 is now closing the command module. All 3 swimmers are on board scuba.
The Pacific, large areas of which have never really been adequately charted at all. In the last few days,
Discovery 1 is in position, standing by.
1,000 feet, and perhaps a little higher than that. Rising almost straight up off the flat ocean floor, which is 18,000 feet deep. So this...
Raft number 2 is at the command module. The swimmers are taking their position. Quite right.
The discoveries made by the planometer on board the Hornet will be duly reported to the Navy Hydrographic Office in Washington.
Recovery 1 is commencing an approach. Morning, copy.
Possibly the one nearest the splash area.
Raft number 1 is riding very smooth.
Right, roger. You can tell there were no breaks or slips in the decontamination process, and so nobody got contaminated so far, and nobody will have to go into quarantine for 21 days except the astronauts.
Ron, we have word now that recovery helicopter number 66 is commencing its approach. That's the one piloted by Commander Don Jones. So Don Jones is now making his second astronaut recovery. The first was in Apollo 8 back in December. And the same helicopter also made the recovery in Apollo 10.
They've taken some precautions in the helicopter itself against contamination. Commander Jones, the pilot, and his co-pilot, Lieutenant J.G. Bruce Johnson, have just put on oxygen masks and started breathing pure oxygen. So in case the astronauts bring any germs into the helicopter, they won't breathe them in.
Right.
And the 2 crewmen in the back of the helicopter, Chief Petty Officer Norvell Wood, who is operating the hover control stick, Frank Borman, who was picked up by this very same helicopter, is watching, and the very same pilot, Commander Jones, is watching as the same thing is done again.
You started to talk about Chief Norvell Wood.
Yes, he's the hover stick operator in the back, and the man who operates the hoist, Chief Petty Officer Stanley Robnett. They have on these big suits, isolation garments.
Astronauts are
with an oxygen mask.
away
Wood, Chief Wood, who is working, as you say, with a hover trim, will have no contact with them.
Hornet, understand recovery is making his approach to pick up the first astronaut.
This is Florida 1, he's in position, ready to commence the start.
Number 6 will be moving forward and taking off his big suit. Generally speaking, the after portion of the helicopter will be reserved as far as possible for the astronauts and the forward half for the crew. In fact, they've installed a 1-inch ridge on the deck of the aircraft to protect the forward part of the helicopter and to prevent any fluids from leaking forward of that ridge.
Spread towels on the floor in the back of the helicopter to soak up any water, which may drip off the astronauts and possibly be contaminated with moon germs.
It's just a little canvas.
This is Florida 1, recovery 1 has commenced his first approach.
Whatever, Roger.
And now they're off strong.
We hear that written on that white bench, Keith, is painted there late at night. Is a welcome sign for the astronauts. It says,
Florida 1, the net is being lowered.
Well, it may be tranquility, but it certainly isn't air-conditioned comfort. All of us, at one time or another, have flown in helicopters, and I think all of us also have flown in number 66. And it's probably one of the world's hottest rides.
band on the deck strikes up.
Let's listen to that band.
This is Florida 1, the net is at the rest. The first astronaut is climbing into the net. The first astronaut is in the net on the way up clear of the command module.
Number 1 astronaut.
The first astronaut is on the way up.
40 feet from the sea. They have instructions in the helicopter, the two crew members in back, not to touch the astronaut. Not
The first astronaut is in the
net.
I understand that President Nixon
necessary to yard when they come to the rocket.
in the helicopter. The net is on the way down.
The end of the to be lifted off like in a net.
Recovery 1 has commencing its second approach.
Recovery saying, hello there, Charlie Brown. But at the last minute, they painted the new welcome on saying, Hail Columbia. So when the astronaut rides up in the net and looks up, he sees it painted on the bottom of the helicopter.
Is at the ramp. The second astronaut is in the net. The net is on the way up to clear the command module.
Dr. Osaki, the NASA project engineer, who had a lot to do with developing the mobile quarantine facility, has been motion at the head by Dr. Carl Pangier. And John Hirosaki is a busy man right now. He's making his very, very final preparations in these final minutes before the astronauts come on board.
Astronaut is in the helicopter.
It looks like they've beaten the timetable by about 18 or 19 minutes, and considering that the came down fairly far from the ship, the seas are a bit rough today, and they had to go through the decontamination process. That's a pretty good time.
I'd say it's excellent time. Actually, Ron, I think that they didn't spend as much time on decontamination as they have in some of the simulated.
Astronaut to be pulled up to the helicopter. There won't be the flight deck welcome ceremony because
Third astronaut is halfway up.
flight deck where it is right now. The President will be appearing very soon after the astronauts finish their initial medical inspection. So that the astronaut is in the hand and he finally has a helicopter over the last few years will actually be spectacular down here on the hangar deck. After all, has been on board the recovery carrier to greet the here on the blue ball.
Bringing the crew back to the carrier, I'd like to make a couple of comments. First of all, I think you all know that the events taking place here today represent the culmination of the tremendous Apollo effort initiated by President Kennedy. I think your personal dedication and professionalism displayed here in Mission Control have contributed very substantially to the posture that this country enjoys today in space exploration. As a personal expression of our gratitude for your help, your cooperation and tolerance over the years, General Phillips and Chet Lee and Thomas Mullen and I have left in custody with Flight Director Gene Kranz a small token of our esteem and thanks. Lots of luck. Don't choke on the bubbles.
Mission Director George Hage has just thanked the flight controllers assembled here in the control center on behalf of himself and General Phillips for the way in which they conducted this mission. No cigars being lit up here yet. We're waiting till the crew is on the carrier. A few are being wetted in anticipation of the match, but we don't see any lit yet. The elevator will take Recovery 1 down to the hangar deck, where the crew will enter the mobile quarantine facility. And the flags are waving and the cigars are being lit up. And clear across the big board in front is President John F. Kennedy's message to Congress of May 1961. I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. That has been accomplished.
They're looking at their television screens, seeing the helicopter land on the deck of the planet. At the end of a magnificent job by all of them.
The Apollo 11 plaque has been hung in the Mission Control Center, a replica of the crew patch.
Right. Computer soup, go ahead. Is that ready to leave now, Mike? Yes, stand by one. Computer soup, AFD on flight director. Go ahead, AFD. Yeah, go ahead and turn them off. All right, we're going to do it. Okay, have at it.
Somebody's there with their foot on the brake in case it starts rolling toward the edge. Number 3 elevator will be leaving in 1 minute.
And down here on the hangar deck, all's in readiness for the big moment. Number 3 elevator on the port side is still in the raised position.
This control center becoming jammed with people as people from the staff support rooms coming in here. We've never seen this many people in the control center at one time before.
Number 2 elevator.
Mission Control Center in Houston, and in the center there you see some writing on the wall. That is the quote from President Kennedy's speech to Congress in May of 1961, saying that he believed the United States should land men on the moon, committed yourself to the goal before this decade is out of landing men on the moon and returning them safely to Earth.
Very slowly.
And again, that's the spacecraft center. Flags waving.
Procedure is for the tractor to pull it straight across the ship. And it will then
Great days for them and indeed for everyone.
So it's being pulled now with the nose forward in order to move it around in the correct position. There it goes. Now the tail of number 66 is pointing aft along the hangar deck. Astronauts still inside. They're holding the tail back. And it proceeds off when the helicopter is being...
Dallas, the president, we believe, has left the flag bridge. At least he's not out there leaning over any longer.
Right.
And the gaggle of photographers seems to be following inside.
It's possible that the president's schedule at this point may indicate some little departure from what had been projected originally. We've been speculating all along that the president wouldn't just stay up there on the flag bridge all this while, and he may move somewhere else on the ship. But he's not expected down here again for about 40 minutes. That will give Dr. Carpentier, the astronaut's physician, time to perform some initial medical tests on the astronauts. But there's no doubt that they're in good condition on the basis of what we've heard already. And after about 40 minutes, the president will come down here to the hangar deck and will make that personal statement to the astronauts. It's quite possible that they will be able to say something to him because they'll be wearing lavalier microphones around their neck, and anything they say will be heard by loudspeakers to those of us gathered here on the hangar deck. Large numbers of sailors behind the lines, standing there, waiting to watch this historic moment, the first appearance of the astronauts before anybody but the swimmers and the crew of number 66 helicopter. Dr. Don Salkin walking along the blue path. The chief of the NASA recovery team on board, talking now with John Snowstarfer, the assistant chief. Helicopter being moved slowly back here with a flight deck crew in yellow jerseys. Man up ahead about to blow the whistle for the stop. Just about in position. A few more meters. There it goes. That's it. Dr. Salkin, Dr. Snowstarfer personally moved a flight of wooden steps up to the hatch on the starboard side of the helicopter. Dr. Carpentier slides it open, and here they come. Here they come, the three astronauts, Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins. Waving to the crowd of cheering sailors, moving swiftly into the mobile quarantine facility. Dr. Carpentier following and closing the door. And the door closes. The astronauts are on board in the mobile quarantine facility. The things have been drawn. All of them in fine shape, good condition, waving and smiling. You can see them smiling through their masks. Obviously overjoyed, jubilant to be back on board at the end of their historic mission, which saw Armstrong and Aldrin become the first men in history to set foot on the moon. Through the door in the side of the mobile quarantine facility. Module is brought back on board.
Applauding, cheering, waving the flag. We were listening a while ago and let's listen to the sound. And they just killed us out on it. We were listening a while ago when the first astronaut's face appeared at the window. A great burst of applause broke out in Mission Control.
USS
Whooping and cheering.
Another storied piece of Americana from the United States Navy class of Essex carriers. The 66 is being towed away. The astronauts are sequestered in their MQF, and for the next 35 or 40 minutes will be undergoing very basic, quickie-type physicals, some very, very preliminary testing. Dr. Bill Carpentier will be doing whatever can be done in this period of time. Blood samples which have to be taken off the ship rather quickly, and these will also have to be taken out of the trailer in the very, very same manner that everything else comes out of that trailer, through that transfer lock, through a bath of sodium hypochlorite for at least 15 minutes before the door can be opened and the sealed plastic bags can be taken out by a technician on the other side and transferred to a waiting plane, a helicopter, or a fixed wing. Dr. Harold Eitzen is now doing the job we said he would do. He's walking back and forth with a tank and spraying glutaraldehyde on the flight deck. The complete stairway that the astronauts just walked down less than 2 minutes ago, and that will lay there and decontaminate, if that's what has to be done, for the next couple of minutes. Now, the next actual procedure and or ceremony, if you will, that is going to take place here is when President Nixon comes down in what the ship estimates will be something like 40 minutes, maybe a little bit more. It will depend on communications with Dr. Bill Carpentier as to how he is doing with his first basic physicals on the astronauts, who look very, very jaunty and spring-legged when they step down that stairway and into the MQF.
Well, it was a magnificent sight. Moving and affecting. 3 men and 80 pounds of the moon are back in quarantine. We hope shortly to hear some tentative and preliminary report from the doctor saying that they're in good shape. Every indication is that they are. They've reported no symptoms at all. Not anyone really believes there's any danger to them, but again, they don't want to take any chance. So they're inside their isolation chamber, where they will stay for a while, and shortly President Nixon will talk to them through an intercom.
I couldn't hear anything they said. Their actions indicated they were cheerful all the way through the entire procedure.
Was there any sort of message that they conveyed in some way or other to you?
No, sir. We didn't really have time. We were too busy trying to get our gear together to get back on board.
Lieutenant Johnson, you probably got a look at them. You were flying co-pilot.
Yes, I was. I looked back as we got out of the helicopter, and one of them gave me a thumbs up. And that's the only signal I got from them. They sure looked cheerful, though. Glad to get back. Boy, it was a big thrill for me to pick them up, too.
Was there any complications at any point, Don?
None whatsoever, Dallas. It just went very, very smoothly. Better than the Cimex we had 2 days ago.
Well, it could hardly go any better than that.
No, it couldn't. No, I was very pleased. Exactly according to plan, and of course, it's a great sense of relief to us to know that it was done and done well. So we're satisfied.
Well, you've now performed your second manned spacecraft recovery.
This is the third one for HS4. As you know, Chuck Smiley had the last one on 10, and we had 8.
You yourself.
So it was a big accomplishment for the squadron, and we're all real proud of it.
What do you think will happen to helicopter number 66 now? Will it be put in some special place?
Well, as I told you, my junior officer suggested it be bronzed and put in the Smithsonian. No, I don't think so. It's still a real good flying machine, and we'll get a lot of use out of it.
I suspect it still has a good many flying hours ahead of it.
Sure does. Sure does.
Well, Don, congratulations again. Lieutenant Johnson, Chief Wood, thank you very much. And congratulations also to Chief Robnett.
Thank you.
Chief Robnett is still inside the helicopter, which very soon now will be moved back up to the flight deck, and will be moved back toward the fantail, and then will be sealed after Chief Robnett is out of it, and will be pumped full of formaldehyde gas and left to sit there for a couple of hours as an additional measure against possible decontamination. Well, here on the hangar deck, what has happened
happening now is that the astronauts are going through their initial medical inspection by Dr. Carpentier, and we're waiting now for the moment when an initial medical report will be made by one of the NASA officers. And soon after that happens, so I'd say half an hour from now, President Nixon will come down from the carrier's island and will make his appearance outside the mobile quarantine facility. Right now, that's the situation here on the hangar deck.
Inside that trailer, and that is just a regular trailer, a stock trailer in its outward form, but it's been greatly modified at considerable expense, as you can imagine. Inside it is a wardroom like arrangement with 6 aircraft-type seats with the seat buckles and the whole thing. That's because this entire trailer will be airborne as of Saturday morning when the Hornet unloads it at Honolulu, and it's then put aboard a transport plane to be flown to Houston. The wardroom quite comfortable, a table down the middle of it, and there's 6 seats around it, 3 on each side. Then as you go on down through the trailer, that's on this end of the trailer, that's what they entered through that door into the wardroom. They had to kind of inch by the table to get on into the dressing facilities. And then on that wall is the vast control panel, and it's an immense thing. It looks like an aircraft cockpit itself practically, because it has to constantly monitor the environment in the space, in the trailer. They've got to keep the air flowing in there, of course. It's got to monitor all of the outlets and the intakes. It's got to monitor all of the communications facilities. It's got to monitor all of the electrical flow to make sure that there are no fires, of course, in this closed environment in there. And then through that next door is the kitchen, the galley of this little trailer. That has a special facility of the pass-through door, which they will pass food through to them. And by keeping the pressure differential there, so that the pressure inside is just a little bit lower than the pressure outside of that trailer. Anything when that thing is opened, it's passing through a little trap in there to pass food and so forth in. If there were any germs about, because of the pressure, they'd be kept inside of the trailer.
And the gas tends to flow in rather than out. That's the idea. Right.
And then in the next area, 6 bunks. Comfortable enough, not exactly like a bed at home, but comfortable bunks, also with straps to keep them strapped in while they're flying, and then the shower and toilet facilities on beyond that. CBS News coverage of the recovery of Apollo 11 will continue in a moment.
Deploys a helicopter, and the helicopter has on board several swimmers who dive into the water in close proximity to the spacecraft and put around the spacecraft an inflatable collar which adds stability, and the spacecraft floats like a cork. It's a very queasy sort of...
Why are you holding your stomach?
Exactly. So this collar serves several purposes. First, to stabilize the spacecraft in the water, and secondly, to allow the swimmers a raft to stand on, you might say.
We see the Marine Guards standing there, making sure that no one comes around that shouldn't, and here is the ceremony.
For about an hour. There's that band again.
on the carrier's flight deck, playing national songs to celebrate what has become a joyous day aboard this carrier at Mission Control in Houston, and indeed perhaps throughout all of America. A national goal accomplished. Down on the hangar deck, the mobile quarantine facility caught head-on by our live cameras. The Marine Guard just to the left of it, to our right, and behind the curtains in the mobile quarantine facility, Dr. William Carpentier, the space agency medic assigned to live in the MQF for the next 3 days, and then in a lunar receiving laboratory, together with engineer John Hirosaki, first of all helped the astronauts out of their biological insulation garments, and now Dr. Carpentier is doing what's called a quick post-flight physical. That's as opposed to the long, torturous one that awaits them when they get back to Houston. Just a quick physical to be sure they are in good. Through it, and the precaution was felt unnecessary by space agency medics. They would rather have gotten the astronauts who were wearing the biological insulation garment anyway, and thus the air they breathed was already filtered from the outside. They would rather have gotten them as they did more quickly into the mobile quarantine facility and seal it off. But that plastic airlock will be used when the mobile trailer is rolled up to the lunar receiving laboratory in Houston 2 days from now. And the airlock will be joined, the structure joining the two, joining the trailer and the building, the laboratory, we should say, as the astronauts walk through it into the lunar lab to begin their 16-day isolation or quarantine period. The Columbia Command Module, still off the bow of the Hornet, will be kept there 2,000 yards away from the Hornet until President Nixon is safely off the carrier about 45 minutes from now, which he'll do immediately after he personally greets and talks to the astronauts using a special phone plugged into the side of the mobile quarantine facility. And of course, we're going to stay on the air to show you and let you hear the presidential greetings to the astronauts and Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Mike Collins' response to the president. President helicoptered over early this morning from the Navy communication ship Arlington, which is in the flotilla.
Welcome.
Task force, we should say, rather than a flotilla.
When you welcome
awaiting
aboard,
the pickup of the
space
astronauts.
officials and newsmen, the skipper of the Hornet, Captain Cyberlick,
and
is our watchman.
Bedlam, we're told, has broken out in numerous American cities with fireworks celebrations and ship sirens screaming in San Francisco.
1% of perfection acceptable.
And bedlam in Mission Control as well. Let's go outside Mission Control now, where ABC's Jim Kincaid is standing by with lunar module pilot Gene Cernan from Apollo 10.
How about it? Pretty great. Just outstandingly beautiful. It's just unbelievable, but real.
Now, you're not entirely unfamiliar with moon flights, so I wonder if there's anything you saw on this one that really surprised you.
No, I think I sort of lived the flight with these guys through television. I felt like I was in the spacecraft, and having been there, I knew what they were thinking when they were going through. Except, of course, those last few minutes. And here's another man who's been there, Bill Anders.
Bill Anders. I talked to you just the other day, Bill. What's your first comment?
I think it was mighty beautiful flight.
You know, it's more than just an exciting achievement. I think it's a real reward, and it's a real accomplishment of the entire 200 million people in this country. A lot of people dedicated themselves, dedicated their ambitions and efforts, and it's not the people here in Mission Control, it's not the three guys who flew it. It's a culmination of really the sincere efforts of so many million Americans, and I think they've got a right to be proud, and I know they all are proud.
Now, obviously, if I ask either of you if it's worth it, you're going to tell me yes. So what is the next big step you think we should make?
Well, you know, there's words out, but the most meaningful words to me that I've heard for a number of years is that the moon is of little significance unless it's just the beginning, and I think we all believe that that's very, very true. It is just the beginning.
Well, I think Vice President Agnew put it quite well in my mind when he said we ought to think about setting our next large objective to a manned Mars landing. I don't think we should this time possibly specify the time when we're going to do that, but I think we ought to start taking the steps now to prepare ourselves for that mission, and also for continued exploration of the moon and good solid work in Earth orbit to space station.
Now, obviously, that's going to be a long trip. Would either of you gentlemen be reluctant to commit yourselves to a spacecraft for that length of time?
No, I think after thinking about it and taking a look at the opportunities and challenges it represents, we may not be ready just today to commit ourselves, but by the time that moment came, we certainly would be.
Yeah, I think it's obvious that man is going to land on Mars, and I think we just might as well admit to it and start planning on it.
You know, one of the very obvious things of a goal like going to Mars is our goal of going to the moon. 8 or 10 years ago, you thought it was a little bit impossible. We probably thought it was a little bit improbable at that time, but look what it's done for the pride of this country. Look what it's done to rally the people, the sincere people that are very proud to be Americans and that are very proud to wave an American flag. I think with another very ambitious goal, one that we know you bet your life for it, one that you know we can accomplish, but we can't back into, one we're going to have to reach up for, one we're going to have to strain some of our resources for, is going to keep the American people together and make them very proud that they're a part of this country.
I think it's safe to say that this just points out that the country is full of squares, and we ought to stick together. I think this space program is something that gives the people a tremendous pride in, and can, as Gene says, can bring them together, and it's something we ought to continue.
You fellows must have gone to work on those cigars pretty rapidly. I know they were being passed around in Mission Control. Are you allowed that one smoke?
Well, I don't smoke. I got to about 2 puffs, my eyes started to run, so I gave it up.
I don't smoke either, but on an occasion like this, I had my share. It's just too good to pass up.
Well, Gene Cernan and Bill Anders, thank you very much for spending your time with us, and congratulations to you both for your part in this program. Now back to Jules.
Bill Anders, who flew on Apollo 8, our first moon orbit flight, and Gene Cernan, who flew on Apollo 10. Anders is the new Executive Secretary of the National Aeronautics and Space Council. More on the flight of Apollo 11 after this 1-minute pause.
Examination now, safely back from the moon in their mobile quarantine facility aboard the aircraft carrier Hornet, 950 miles southwest of Hawaii, and now turning around very shortly to pick up the command module and then to steam toward Honolulu, where they will disembark the mobile quarantine facility with its precious cargo of astronauts on Saturday morning around 9 to 10 a.m. for them to fly on to Houston. The men in the mobile quarantine facility are expecting a visit outside of the glass through intercom with the President of the United States, Mr. Nixon, in about 15 minutes. We'll be back with more on the recovery of Apollo 11 in a moment.
Exactly, Dallas and splashdown, and one more astronaut to go. So it looks like they've beaten the timetable by about 18 or 19 minutes and are just about doing it in exactly the same time it took during the dress rehearsal the other day. And considering that the spacecraft came down fairly far from the ship, the seas are a bit rough today, and they had to go through the decontamination process. That's a pretty good time.
I'd say backyard starting about now to celebrate the arrival of Neil Buzz, her husband, and Mike Collins safely back aboard the Hornet. And the town fire department has moved in. And here we are back on the Hornet. And we're going to meet the 2 men who are taking care of the astronauts inside the mobile quarantine facility. John Hirosaki, the engineer, Dr. Bill Carpentier, the medic from the Space Agency. An interview we filmed earlier. First, we're going to talk to John Hirosaki. Astronauts to land on the moon, return, and splash down back on Earth. This trailer will be their home for 2 to 6 days. It's called the MQF, or Mobile Quarantine Facility. Its purpose? To protect the rest of us from any dangerous bacteria that might be carried back from the moon with the astronauts. 2 men will be with the astronauts here in quarantine. One, project engineer John Hirosaki. John, how does the mobile quarantine facility work?
Well, basically, this unit is designed to house the astronauts and the support personnel for 10 days and return back to the lunar receiving lab. It has essentially all of the living facilities inside of it. We have the lounge, which has the seating. It's designed with aircraft-style seats because this will be flown on aircraft. We have a galley with regular kitchen facilities, oven, sink, refrigerator, etc. And we have the sleeping quarters, which has 6 bunks and wardrobe space. We also have essentially a mobile home-style bathroom with showers, toilet, lavatory, etc.
John, this lounge area in here even looks a little bit like the inside of a business jet.
That's right. The reason for that is not only does the mobile quarantine facility have to house the personnel aboard ships, it also has to house them while they're flying back to the LOL on an Air Force cargo jet. Therefore, we have to meet all the Air Force regulations on restraining personnel, such as seat belts and aircraft-style seats.
Aircraft seats and even oxygen masks.
That's true.
How do the astronauts eat while they're in here for the 3 to 7 days?
All right, the food is passed in from the outside. We have what we call a transfer lock. This allows us to transfer items from the outside inward or from the inside out. After the food is transferred in, we let the food thaw, and then it's heated in a microwave oven.
Again, like an airliner.
Again, like an airliner.
And that transfer lock doesn't allow any of the atmosphere in here, just in case it was contaminated, to get outside?
True, because when you pass out, you flood the lock with decontamination solution, thereby flooding the object that you're passing out, also with the decontaminant solution.
If the astronauts have picked up any bacteria, John, how do you prevent it from getting to the outside world?
Well, we maintain a negative differential pressure, and the outer hull of this particular unit acts as a pressure vessel. So since the pressure is less on the inside, all the air would tend to come in, and all the air that does go out through our differential pressure fan are filtered.
Dr. Bill Carpentier, are you really worried that they'll pick up some strange bacteria or disease on the moon?
Not really, because the possibility of there being something there, I think, is very, very small. And again, having something there that, again, is harmful is even smaller yet. But we don't know. And and the risk is great in terms of the Earth's biosphere, in terms of the Earth's history. So we have really no choice but to do what we can to protect it.
If there were a strange new bacteria for which no one on Earth had formed antibodies or had protection for, you could contaminate all the people on the Earth.
Exactly.
And that's a chance you don't want to take. And that was Dr. Bill Carpentier, the medic who even now is examining astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins in that mobile quarantine facility we're seeing live on the hangar deck of the carrier Hornet. 900 miles southwest of Pearl Harbor, where an hour and 45 minutes ago Apollo 11 splashed down to be picked up by Helicopter 66 on the Hornet. Now switching back to mission control in Houston, astronaut Tom Stafford, the command pilot of Apollo 10, is standing by with ABC's Jim Kincaid. Jim?
Colonel Stafford, the lunar touchdown and, of course, the point when the astronauts went aboard the carrier deck and touched down and we knew they were safe and sound and no more problems. Which was the most thrilling moment for you?
Well, Jim, I think by far the most thrilling was the lunar touchdown. That was the biggest unknown from what we'd had before and what we considered the most difficult with respect to completing the total mission. And once we knew they were down in good shape, they're on the lunar surface, so we said that is the biggest risk factor of the mission. Of course, there's many ones they had to make, but it was sure great. Of course, the touchdown on the Pacific Ocean there was beautiful, too. But we thought that we were well ahead of the game after they landed on the lunar surface. That was just beautiful.
Tell me something. Were you concerned at all when you found the splashdown point had to be moved considerably downrange?
No, not a bit. Our onboard guidance and navigation, the vectors that are generated over here in this building and everything, there wasn't any problem with that at all. So.
Neil Armstrong also opted to do some flying on his own there. Is he just an inveterate pilot, or is that the sort of decision any astronaut would make?
Oh, I think that's a decision that any astronaut would make, and certainly was a good one. Everybody's just so pleased. You know, it's been about 8 years of long, hard work by millions of people, and said to come out so great there, it's just really fantastic.
I just asked astronauts Cernan and Anders what they thought the next big step should be. Perhaps I should put that question to you.
Well, like any breakthrough in technology, the main thing to benefit all the people is going to be a broad consolidation of the technology we've had. We are going to complete, we hope, 20 total missions in Apollo, be 9 more lunar landings, and believe me, the future is always rougher, and those are going to be difficult missions, but we're going to do them. And I think the next thing now is going to be the space station, and from the Earth orbiting space station, and from that, then we're going to build to go on. But the big consolidation now is to use the hardware we have and to develop the Earth orbiting space station.
Thank you very much, Colonel Stafford, and congratulations. And now, Jules.
Thank you, Jim. The triumph of 8 years of work and lives lost in the process, as well as a great deal of money spent to reap this moment. Mrs. Jeannie Bassett, the widow of astronaut Charlie Bassett, who was killed in a plane crash just before his Gemini 9 flight, watched the recovery this afternoon of Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins in the Aldrin home with Mrs. Joan Aldrin, and after the third astronaut was picked up, she momentarily broke down, looked up, and said, "If he could only see it," referring to Charlie, which is our thought about a great many people who have paid a price for this moment. Tom?
Jules, in about an hour and a half, the spacecraft, which is still bobbing in the Pacific, will be picked up and taken on board the Hornet. And then the lunar samples inside in those 2 separate boxes will be taken out and flown to Johnson Island. Once they reach Johnson Island, they will be loaded on 2 separate aircraft. This, of course, is just an extra precaution to make sure that those lunar samples get back to the Lunar Receiving Laboratory in Houston, where they will be thoroughly studied. We will have more on the flight of Apollo 11 after this brief pause for station identification.
don't they, the way they're walking?
But in real time, when we didn't have even a chance to comment on it, they were remarkably stable for having been in flight for over 8 days and in effect weightless for that time, except as you pointed out earlier when I said that, they had Armstrong and Aldrin had endured 1/6 weightlessness, or 1/6 gravity on the moon during their 20-hour stay. And man has completed the mission of Apollo 11, which solely was to put man on the moon and return him safely. He has now returned safely on board the aircraft carrier Hornet, as you just saw there in that slow-motion replay, and they're in that mobile quarantine facility awaiting President Nixon's arrival below there on that hangar deck. We have word that President Nikolai Podgorny, the president of the Soviet Union, has messaged congratulations to President Nixon on the successful completion of the mission. The Russian news agency says that Podgorny's message said, also, please convey our congratulations and best wishes to the courageous space pilots Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, and Michael Collins. Soviet Union having lost the race to put man on the moon, a race that had appeared 8 years ago when President Kennedy proclaimed the intention of this nation of putting man on the moon in this decade, seemed already lost to the Russians. They had a wide lead at first. They put the first satellite into the skies. They put the first astronaut into the skies when Yuri Gagarin made his one-orbit trip of the Earth. They had the larger boosters. We had a lot of catching up to do back in 1961 when the program was first put forward. But the catching up has taken place and the surpassing, as has been acknowledged now by scientists around the world and world leaders and the people of the world. And perhaps with this feat, America has regained some of the prestige in technology that was lost to the Russians in those early days of the space race. But as nearly every American who's had a part in this program has been saying in these days since the landing, the dramatic event of last Sunday night on the moon, this is mankind's great moment, even as Neil Armstrong proclaimed it a great stride forward for mankind when he set foot on the moon. We're waiting for the arrival of the president. The honor guard is drawn up there across from the mobile quarantine facility. A small reception area has been prepared, waiting for the president. Should be coming down there to the hangar deck any moment. As originally indicated, he'd be there about 2:45 Eastern Daylight Time. It's early morning out there right now. It's just a little bit not long past dawn. Dawn came just 2 hours ago. The president had breakfast while they were awaiting the pickup. The astronauts undergoing their physical examination at this moment, while in Houston the celebration has begun, completion of Apollo 11.
One of the other things that happens, of course, at this time is every word that the men say, the crew, is recorded, and that the first impressions are probably the most valuable. The things that are on their minds about the more difficult parts of the mission or critical parts of the mission are recorded. The words are just no value can be put on them. You've got to get that first impression recorded.
You know, that's something that surprised me, Wally, about this flight. Didn't say anything about it. I guess there's a little bit of superstition that kind of lingers.
Everyone has every confidence that they will be found to be in good shape. Again, the odds are the best estimate. The odds against any sort of contaminant or dangerous, poisonous, or other unattractive substance being returned from the moon, the odds are very high against it.
hard to believe we're seeing what we're seeing. 3 men just back from the moon, sealed in an aluminum container, while we try to see if they brought with them anything the Earth is better off without, standing outside a Marine honor guard.
And from the outside, David, it looks like a very fancy highway diner.
Yes, it does.
Shining on the lights there.
Lacking the big neon sign saying, open all night.
Lieutenant General Samuel Phillips, who's the director of the Apollo lunar landing program, says on the flight of Apollo 12, which, as Chet noted a while ago, is scheduled for sometime later this year, will include 2 excursions on the surface of the moon, and each of these to be of longer duration than the 2 hours and 14 minutes that Armstrong and Aldrin spent walking around. The life support system that they have, those backpacks, those that will be used on Apollo 12 will have a longer lifetime and will allow a longer stay time on the moon.
I was just thinking, Frank, it is a shame that at least a part of a limb could not somehow have been brought back to Earth, because it would be a glorious sight in the Smithsonian or somewhere like that.
Wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. And it's not inconceivable. We're gathering here for something I would presume
ready for the little ceremony. Here's Dallas Townsend.
It's not inconceivable that on some
Mr.
Secretary, how are you? Nice to see you, sir. Mr. Secretary, I wonder if we could ask you what the, do you have an indication what the response to this successful moonshot has been around the world?
Well, it's been tremendous. I don't suppose anything has ever had as much effect around the world as this event. The President will comment on it, I think, in his statement, but it's been tremendous. And I think it'll be of particular significance in the field of foreign affairs, especially because of the attitude of the astronauts.
Well, Mr. Secretary, do you expect that there will be some initial effect visible on the trip the President is now beginning?
Yes, without any question. And I'm sure that will be true in Japan and other places. Japan, the reaction has been just great. They better go back to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. That was Secretary of State Rogers, who has come down here to the hangar deck in advance of the arrival of the President, standing there now with Henry Kissinger, the President's advisor on defense matters, Admiral McCain, the Commander-in-Chief of Pacific Forces, and Rear Admiral Davis, the Commander of the Y&C Frontier. And right now, we have Ben James, who is slowly making his way over to us. Ben, what is the word from inside the mobile quarantine facility on the condition of the astronauts?
Well, Dr. Carpentier says they appear to be in great condition. He's finished taking the blood samples and the swabs, so he's through with them. And at the time I was talking over there a couple of minutes ago, Aldrin is getting out of the shower. Armstrong and Collins are already, they're dressed. I talked to Collins. He said he's proud to be back. They're all very happy to be back.
I can imagine.
And very proud, of course, of what they've accomplished for the whole world. And they're especially proud of the recovery force, Dallas, so that's a good thing.
Well, I don't blame them a bit. The recovery went off without a single hitch as far as we could tell.
It certainly seemed to. It's one of our best, I guess.
I suppose it's too early, Ben, to find out if there is any initial determination by Dr. Carpentier about the possible effects of the lunar excursion by Aldrin and Armstrong.
Yes, of course, this is a cursory examination. This is a normal physical that he's going through now, as you know. Nothing very different from what we've done on all the flights. But the analyses of these things back in Houston are going to be the determining factor. But he says, from a medical point of view, at this particular time, they look great. They look just great.
This has been the report on almost every other flight, hasn't it?
That's right. I hope it continues that way.
Was there any particular quote from Armstrong, the flight commander?
No, I didn't have a chance to talk to Neil, and I didn't talk to Aldrin, but did talk to Collins. That was the only one who was available.
Yeah.
But they're feeling fine. He said they're all in great shape. They feel fine. They can't wait to get home.
Well, Ben, that will be great news, not only for their families, but for the whole American people.
I know for us.
Thank you very much. Well, that was Ben James, the NASA Public Affairs Officer, who has given us that first, most encouraging word on the condition of our astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, following their return from their lunar flight and the initial medical examination by Dr. Bill Carpentier inside the mobile quarantine facility. Very shortly now, we can expect that President Nixon, who has been kept informed in detail of the developments down here on the flight deck, will be making his appearance also on the hangar deck, and will be coming over to congratulate the astronauts. Undoubtedly, he also has received the word that we just now received, that the astronauts are in good condition, happy to be back, and delighted with the recovery, which went off without a flaw. We hear now that it'll be 4 minutes, and President Nixon will be down here on the hangar deck. The Marine Honor Guard is standing at attention on either side of the door to the mobile quarantine facility. Any moment now, the curtains in the window over the presidential seal will be drawn back, revealing the 3 astronauts. Ben James spoke a moment ago about the fact that one of them had already taken a shower. There is a very pocket-sized lavatory up in the forward end of the MQF, and there is space for a shower, but you don't have. It's not a full-size shower by any means. It's a sort of very, very small-sized bathtub, almost not much more than a foot bath, with a shower overhead, so that they can take a shower. The MQF is receiving ship's water at this time, but that will be cut off just before the MQF is offloaded at Pearl Harbor to be carted over to Hickam Air Force Base and then flown back to Ellington Air Force Base in Texas, at which point, still in the MQF, the astronauts will be removed from the C-141, which flies them there, and in another tractor trailer, they call it a 40K crawler, will be taken over to Ellington, to the Lunar Receiving Laboratory. All's in readiness down here now on the hangar deck. The tunnel, made of semi-transparent plastic, is established between from the door on the side of the mobile quarantine facility, waiting only for the moment when the command module will be brought on board. The command module, when it is brought back to land, will go to Downey, California for a 21-day quarantine period and a very detailed inspection. By that time, the lunar samples, the lunar rocks that the astronauts brought back from the moon will have long since been removed and sent to the various scientific teams that have been waiting anxiously for the samples from our Earth's planet, our sister planet, the moon, for an examination in detail of the lunar soil, the lunar rocks, and the other substances that the astronauts brought back. Also removed from the command module while it's on board the Hornet will be some of the astronauts' personal effects and a few other bits of material. They will be taken out by John Hirosaki, the NASA project engineer, and also by the astronauts. Correction on something I said a moment ago. The spacecraft will be sent to Houston, Texas, not Downey, California. Now, at this moment, down here, the dignitaries who are on board with the presidential party are gathering. There's, of course, first of all, Secretary of State Rogers, who is carrying one of the Hornets' baseball caps, caps that the captain has been spreading around. The president has come down the escalator through the hatch to the hangar deck. Ruffles and flourishes. Nixon waving to the astronauts. The curtains have been drawn. And there they are in the rear window. The President signaling for applause from the crowd. Astronauts gather in the window.
Neil, Buzz, and Mike, I want you to know that I think I'm the luckiest man in the world. And I say this not only because I have the honor to be President of the United States, but particularly because I have the privilege of speaking for so many and welcoming you back to Earth. I can tell you about all the messages we've received in Washington. Over 100 foreign governments, emperors and presidents and prime ministers and kings have sent the most warm messages that we've ever received. They represent over 2 billion people on this earth, all of them who have had the opportunity through television to see what you have done. And then I also bring you messages from members of the cabinet and members of the Senate and members of the House and the Space Agency, from the streets of San Francisco, where people stopped me a few days ago, and you all love that city, I know, as I do. But most important, I had a telephone call yesterday. The toll wasn't incidentally as great as the one I made to you fellows on the moon. I made that collect, incidentally, in case you didn't know. But I called in my view, three of the greatest ladies and most courageous ladies in the whole world today, your wives. And from Jan and Joan and Pat, I bring their love and their congratulations. We think it's just wonderful that they could have participated, at least through television, in this return. We're only sorry they couldn't be here. And also, I've got to let you in a little secret. I made a date with them. I invited them to dinner on the 13th of August, right after you come out of quarantine. It will be a state dinner held in Los Angeles. The governors of all the 50 states will be there, the ambassadors, others from around the world and in America. And they told me that you would come too. And all I want to know, will you come? We want to honor you then.
We'll do anything you say, Mr. President. Anytime.
One question I think that all of us would like to ask, as we saw you bouncing around in that boat out there, I wonder if that wasn't the hardest part of the journey. Was that the only, did any of you get seasick?
No, we didn't, and it was one of the harder parts, but it was one of the most pleasant, we can assure you.
Yeah. Well, I just know that you can sense what we all sense when you get back now. Incidentally, have you been able to follow some of the things that happened when you've gone? Did you know about the All-Star game?
Yes, sir. The capsule communicators have been giving us daily news reports.
Yeah. Were you American League or National League?
I'm a National League man.
I'm nonpartisan, sir.
Yeah, that's right. There's the politician in the group, right.
We're sorry you missed that game.
Yes. Well, oh, you knew that too? You really?
Yeah, we heard that.
Yeah, the rain.
The rain.
Right.
Well, we haven't learned to control the weather yet, but that's something we can look forward to as tomorrow's challenge.
Right. Well, I can only summarize it because I don't want to hold you now. You have so much more to do. And gee, you look great. You feel as good as you look. Feel great.
Feel just perfect, Mr. President.
Yeah. Are you? I understand Frank Borman says you're a little younger by reason of having going into space. Is that right? Do you feel that way? A little younger?
We're a lot younger than Frank Borman.
There he is over there. Come on over, Frank, so they can see you. And you going to take that lying down?
It looks like he has aged in the last couple of weeks.
Come on, Frank.
Mr. President, the one thing I wanted, we have a poet in Mike Collins, and he really gave me a hard time for describing your words of fantastic and beautiful. And I counted them. In 3 minutes up there, you used 4 fantastics and 2 beautifuls.
Well, just let me close off with this one thing. I was thinking as you know, as you came down, and we knew it was a success, and it had only been 8 days, just a week, a long week, that this is the greatest week in the history of the world since the creation. Because as a result of what happened in this week, the world is bigger, infinitely, and also as I'm going to find on this trip around the world, and as Secretary Rogers will find as he covers the other countries in Asia. As a result of what you've done, the world's never been closer together before. And we just thank you for that. And I only hope that all of us in government, all of us in America, that as a result of what you've done, we can do our job a little better. We can reach for the stars just as you have reached so far from the stars. We don't want to hold you any longer. Anybody have a last word? How about promotions? Do you think we could arrange something?
Oh, we're just pleased to be back and very honored that you were so kind as to come out here and welcome us back. And we look forward to getting out of this quarantine and talking without having glass between us.
And incidentally, the speeches that you have to make at this dinner can be very short. And if you want to say fantastic or beautiful, that's all right with us. Don't try to think of any new adjectives. They've all been said. And now I think, incidentally, that all of us the millions that are seeing us on television now, seeing you, would feel as I do that, in a sense, our prayers have been answered. And I think it would be very appropriate if Chaplain Pierto, the chaplain of this ship, were to offer a prayer of thanksgiving. And if he would step up now, Chaplain, thank you.
Let us pray. Lord God, our Heavenly Father, our minds are staggered and our spirits exultant with the magnitude and precision of this entire Apollo 11 mission. We have spent the past week in communal anxiety and hope as our astronauts sped through the glories and dangers of the heavens. As we try to understand and analyze the scope of this achievement for human life, our reason is overwhelmed with abounding gratitude and joy, even as we realize the increasing challenges of the future. This magnificent event illustrates anew what man can accomplish when purpose is firm and intent corporate. A man on the moon was promised in this decade, and though some were unconvinced, the reality is with us this morning in the persons of astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins. We applaud their splendid exploits, and we pour out our thanksgiving for their safe return to us, to their families, to all mankind. From our inmost beings, we sing humble yet exuberant praise. May the great effort and commitment seen in this Project Apollo inspire our lives to move similarly in other areas of need. May we, the people, by our enthusiasm and devotion and insight, move to new landings in brotherhood, human concern, and mutual respect. May our country, afire with inventive leadership and backed by a committed followership, blaze new trails into all areas of human cares. See our enthusiasm and bless our joy with dedicated purpose toward the many needs at hand. Link us in friendship with peoples throughout the world as we strive together to better the human condition. Grant us peace, beginning in our own hearts, and a mind attuned with goodwill towards our neighbor. All this we pray as our thanksgiving rings out to Thee, in the name of our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
The astronauts stood to attention. The banner. Now ruffles and flourishes, and again, hail to the chief. President Nixon leaving the hangar deck. The Navy band has honored him with the traditional ruffles and flourishes. Hail to the chief. The president now going up the escalator to the flight deck, where we find Keith McBee.
Well, Dallas, I don't think we've seen the president look like that since his own inauguration. In fact, I think he was even more enthusiastic when he was talking to the astronauts in their sealed chamber. He looked like he was about to hug himself. He was so thrilled. And he's appeared that way all day on the flight bridge. He was watching the splashdown, but more especially when he confronted them through that little glass door. I thought he would take a little leap or something. Here he is, marching on the flight deck. He's bidding farewell to Captain Seiberlich, who in the past 2 weeks has been one of the most overworked men we've ever seen. The captain, I think, is taking him over to meet, yes, he is, some sailors from the flight deck crew. They're very courageous young men, these sailors. Their world and their being is in a loaded flat top, loaded with high-tension wires, catapults, razor-sharp whirring propeller blades, helicopter rotor blades, and high-powered aviation fuel. We've had tragedies in the Navy, and these young men lead very dangerous lives. At the same time, the ship's confidence usually makes sure they'll get through. Now, the president is going down the line, shaking hands with those flight deck crewmen.
United States departing.
A little grimy and a little dirty, but no one deserves the presidential handshake more. These young fellows who keep the planes flying on and off.
All those different colors of their jerseys represent the different chores they have on the flight deck, dealing with ordnance or fuel or safety, moving helicopters.
It's getting near the rainbow side boys who have those different flight colors on. There you'll go, we assume, right up the steps and into Marine One.
Somebody asked Captain Seiberlich the other day whether this wasn't a great inconvenience having the president and all his party on board when he was trying to recover astronauts in a spacecraft, and he said no, he thought it was an inconvenience for the president to have to get up before 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, we asked him many times whether this hinged upon his duties of getting the astronauts back, and he said no. It said that the presence of the president really pointed up the importance of this historic event.
And somebody asked the air officer, the man who is in charge of all the landings and takeoffs and flight deck and hangar deck, whether this wasn't a big headache for him to have the president, who is now about to step on his helicopter, and the other visitors.
There he goes. Final wave.
The air officer said, no, this is like a quiet Sunday afternoon compared to the air operations off North Vietnam.
Off North Vietnam.
Takeoff and landing every 12 minutes from this carrier off Vietnam.
Was that Chaplain Perrault that gave the prayer down there? I was away from the mic, Ron.
Yes, it was.
He's the one who played President Nixon all during the simulations, the drills for the president's visit. We understand he's beginning to talk politics around the boardroom lately.
Taking a lot of ribbing about that. Mr. Nixon goes from here to the communication ship Arlington, which is about halfway between here and Johnston Island. He'll put down and refuel there. From Johnston, he'll go to Guam, then on to Manila in the Philippines, to Bangkok, Thailand, Jakarta, Indonesia, New Delhi, Lahore, Pakistan, and then Bucharest, Romania.
And so, President Nixon, after telling the men of Apollo 11 that their mission was one of the greatest events, the greatest event in the history of man, flies away from the recovery aircraft carrier Hornet on his flight around the world. CBS News coverage of the recovery of Apollo 11 will continue in a moment.
Starboard as the president's helicopter makes a sharp bank. Since carriers constantly turn, it's hard to tell what direction we're in right now. Which way Arlington is, which way Johnston Island is.
Straight ahead, Keith, is a spacecraft which has been bobbing in the water all this time, and once all the dignitaries...
Yeah, remember it?
Once the dignitaries have been sent on their way, we'll get down to the business of recovering the spacecraft.
Okay, the other two choppers, presidential party, ready to go. It all went very, very smoothly, and we can thank the Navy for it. Lord knows they had enough on them with this carrier. Consider an aircraft carrier, it's a capital ship, but I have to recover first double whammy all in one day. Say nothing of sink back. Nothing of the highest Navy bright. Well, speaking of sink pack, the next step in this crowded show will be sending Admiral McCain on his way in an airplane which is already on the forward catapult ready to take off.
Ron, you probably just heard the flight controller say on the loudspeaker system that the delay in launching Charlie 1. Charlie 1, if I'm not mistaken, is Admiral McCain's aircraft.
That's Cod, yeah.
Yeah. Don't know why the delay has occurred. Probably it's just a very minor delay. Admiral McCain flew on board late yesterday in one of the Cods, the carrier on deck delivery from Johnston Island. And he will arrive back at Johnston before President Nixon, who is going over by helicopter and will pause on the Arlington to refuel.
These Cods, I think, are known as they're the tracers of the tractors, as opposed to the Willie Foot. Anyhow, they're anti-submarine warfare aircraft. They're stubby little things.
Well, they're primarily used as small transport planes to fly small groups of people on and off carriers and to fly the mail.
With the radar dish on it, though, I think their job is ASW, isn't it, Dallas?
Well, while the radar dish is on the Willie Flood, Keith, the Cod doesn't have a radar dish on it.
Plane altogether, no.
Cod is the C1 and the Willie Flood is the E1.
The captain all this while has kept the spacecraft just ahead, so that once all the dignitaries have departed, he's on his final run into the spacecraft. And what's that? He is commencing his approach to pick up the spacecraft. What's that?
This is a very tricky maneuver, and the captain has to watch the state of the sea and the wind very carefully. When he comes close up on the spacecraft, which will be off the starboard bow, the carrier at that point will be going only about 5 knots. And very often the captain will throw a large chip of wood off the bridge and watch it as it drifts slowly back along the carrier to estimate the carrier, what speed the carrier is making actually as it approaches the spacecraft. One of the recovery exercises the other day was delayed by an hour because the wind freshened just as the captain had the command module off the starboard bow, and it came in too close under the bow, and the captain had to back way off a couple of miles and make an entirely new approach. It took an extra hour before the dummy command module was on board.
It's difficult to move these big ships, especially at slow speed, which is the sort of approach we're making to the spacecraft. It takes about 20 or 30 seconds for the ship to respond to a change of rudder when you're moving slowly. They have 3 young helmsmen taking the orders and actually steering the ship. And these are 3 of the best, the young men who are at the helm when they're taking on fuel at sea and doing other sort of delicate maneuvers. Quartermaster Second Class Ken Hoback and Quartermasters Third Class Bob Brinkmeyer and Gil Manor.
The captain is a figure of commanding authority on the bridge, as anyone who's ever been to sea knows full well. The captain sits in his high padded leather chair on the port side of the bridge. I won't say the lord of all he surveys, but certainly the master of the situation. And the talkers are bringing him, relaying him constant reports from the lookouts and also from Combat Information Center as to the exact situation. And on the basis of those reports, the captain will say, for example, take course 270 and bring your speed down to 7 knots, something like that.
The captain, Captain Cyberlick, is a command of commanding presence, but he did something very unusual this past week when he went on the ship's loudspeaker and asked the crew down to the youngest sailor to vote on what they wanted to do for the rest of this cruise. Did they want to spend only one day in Hawaii after dropping off the astronauts and then hurry home to Long Beach, California? Or did they want to spend 3 days in Hawaii and get home to families later? Well, he came on the loudspeaker later that evening and said that a one-day stop in Hawaii and an early arrival home had won 10-1. But it's very unusual for a captain to ask the crew to vote on what they want to do.
It is indeed. In fact, it was a strange moment. It's the kind of thing that I don't think I've ever come across in the armed forces before. Usually, in fact, in almost every single case, the commanding officer will give an order and that's it. But in this case, there was room for maneuver. The captain did feel that he could respect the wishes of the crew. And since so many of them have friends and families in California, in the Long Beach, San Diego areas, Coronado, North Island, he felt that since it wasn't really vital, whichever way the carrier went, whether she spent 3 or 4 days in Pearl Harbor or went back to California after just a 24-hour stopover at Pearl, it was perfectly all right in this case for the crew to give him an advisory judgment, and then he kept.
his